technical difficulties. All right, Mike, I'm gonna.
Good, Chuck.
I'm ready.
Okay, it is April 28th, 2021. We're beginning the Reading Conservation Commission meeting. Before we get into items on the agenda, I'm going to turn it over to our Conservation Administrator, Chuck Tirone, so he can explain some of how the meeting's going to go and lay some ground rules. We'll then introduce the members of the commission, and then we'll get to begin discussing the items on tonight's agenda. Chuck.
Sure. So hello, everyone. My name is Chuck Tirone. I'm the Conservation Administrator. With the governor's orders suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during COVID-19 crisis, this Town of Reading Conservation Commission meeting is being held virtually via Zoom and for audio and video participation of the Conservation Commission's applicants and representatives and the public. During the meeting, myself or the chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, and representatives or members of the public as needed. During the commission meeting, the chair or the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is being safe or being run safe and effective. At this time, Chair Flynn will conduct a roll call vote to confirm that the members are present and can hear him.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Commissioners, if you could remember this order, this is the order that we'll end up voting in. Michael Flynn, Chair.
Anika Scanlon, Vice Chair.
John.
John Sullivan, Member.
Martha.
Martha Moore, Member.
Dave.
David Connett, Member.
And I think that's it for members tonight. Okay, go ahead, Chuck.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being held, is being recorded. Also be aware that folks may be able to see you. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All material for this meeting are available on the Conservation Division site. I recommend that the commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading webpage unless otherwise noted. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which are not previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get to tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. For any reason, please, for any response, please wait until the chair or the administrator yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After the commissioners make their remarks and these have been addressed by the applicant, the chair or the administrator will afford the public comment as follows. The chair or administrator will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves. Once the chair or the administrator has the list of public commenters, the chair will call on each name and afford them 4 minutes for any comments. The applicants may be requested to respond by the chair or the administrator. After the public comments, the chair will once again go down the line of commissioners, inviting each name To provide any further comments, questions, or motions. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote taken during tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Back to you, Chair Flynn.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Thank you for getting this ready as always. All right, we will now start with the first item on our agenda. This is Boy Scout Troop 728, the Eagle Scout project, and we'll turn it over to Nate Moran to talk about his project. Nate, I think I saw you there.
Sure, Nate, and before you start, I'm going to make you a co-host and you can control the screen and your muting.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Good evening, Nate. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nate Boren, and I am a Life Scout in Troop 728. I'm here today to explain my Eagle project proposal. I would like to propose to fix one of the bridges in near the bird watching platform in the Bear Meadow Conservation Area. The bridge is approximately 25 feet in length and 4 feet wide. The bridge is being exposed due to erosion and the wood is starting to decay from the elements. So I would be replacing the wood with Trex, like decking. And so these pictures were from, I want to say January. So the bridge has gotten a lot worse since then. I went out just last weekend and I went out and walked on it and I could see it shifting underneath my feet. The support of the bridges are rotting from the water that they are set in. I would replace the supports with pressure treated lumber to prevent rot, and the community will be benefiting from this project because it makes the conservation trail look better, and it makes it safer to go through that area. It would also make it accessible to those who might be in wheelchairs or parents who might take their kids in strollers to go on a hike. These were the designs that the Trails Committee gave me. I don't think that was the right one. Ah, God. Crap. Okay. I messed up with that one. My apologies. I'll show them later on.
No worries.
Are the questions you guys might have for me?
Yeah. Thank you, Nate. So the I guess I'll start the question. I was wondering, so it sounds like you spoke with the Trails Committee.
Yeah, I spoke to them, I want to say in February.
Good. How did you select this location? How, did you know that this one was in disrepair? Did the Trails Committee, what led to this location being selected?
It's right by my house. Me and my dad and my brother during the summer went on walks through there, and we noticed there's a whole bunch of ones in there that need to get replaced, but that one is closer to the Matera cabin, so I figured more people would be walking on it. So I thought fix that one because I could literally you could see it coming up out of the ground, and just walking on it, like just last weekend, I could see it shifting.
Got it. Yeah, I actually know exactly which one this is. I take my kids out there, and my son likes to jump on this one.
Not the best idea.
Yeah.
Hey, could you go back to the map just so we can just see that area again?
Yeah.
Can you highlight the area that you're working at?
Oh,
right there. Yeah. Sure. Just put your cursor on it.
It's circled in black. It's a general area because it connects back to the yellow trail, which leads to Matera.
Okay. And that P, where is it? Oh yeah, it says P and it says Matera up upper left-hand corner is the Matera cabin. So yeah, I know this spot well.
Mm.
Yeah, the way this is, there's two crossings right in that same area. The one
Yeah.
right on the yellow trail, and then this one.
Yeah,
right
separate
here.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
do some brush and stuff. Yeah.
Any questions from the commission? Go ahead, Martha. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah. Sorry, Martha, go ahead.
Hi, there we go. I'm glad to hear that you're interested in repairing this bridge. Is this something that has been approved by the Boy Scouts as a approvable Eagle project?
I need to, as of right now, not yet, but I was told what I'm supposed to do is get the approvals from the Conservation Commission and the Trails Commission first. And then once I have all of those approvals, I can send it to Mr. Quigley to get that approval, and then I can start working on the project.
I'm just asking because my impression was that Eagle projects had to be something new created rather than repairing something.
I'm not repairing it. I'm putting in an entirely new bridge.
Ah, okay, and that makes the difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes the difference between trail maintenance and an Eagle Scout project.
Okay. And my second question is, it's going across a stream. So what precautions are you going to take when you're replacing the bridge to make sure that the stream is not damaged by your project?
Actually, I hadn't thought about that one. That's a good question. I would dig the holes beforehand so we can pile drive them in, trying to disturb as little soil around them as possible, then placing the pre-constructed sections of the boardwalk on top of those pylons.
Does anybody in Conservation Commission have experience with erosion control with this kind of bridge building? What would be needed?
I don't think we're typically asking for it on this type of project. It's such little disturbance. It does lead into a good next question though, Martha. Nate, what do you, so in a lot of these projects, it's not a replacement, but an extension or a new section. I just, what's the plans for the existing timber and all the wood that's out there now? Are you going to be able to remove the existing pylons?
Yeah, we
Are those
would
going to remain in the ground?
We would remove what's there right now. Everything would be, we would take everything out so that we wouldn't have to worry about them decaying or anything like that. And then we would move what we've constructed to put there.
And is there any plan for how you get the materials in and out? Do you need?
Yes, we would park on the, notice there's a parking lot right near it on like Pearl Street. So we would park there with the pre-constructed sections and carry them in. And we would do the same thing, taking out the old pieces. We would take it and bring them out that way.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Chuck? You're muted, Chuck, just so you know. There you go.
Sure. So is everyone on the commission set? So I had a question, just a little bit more in depth of how you're going to pull out those old, they look like telephone
poles.
Yeah. Because that's where a lot of the disturbance is going to happen.
Yeah.
Were you planning to do this project in low flow conditions or dry conditions?
I would say it's my goal was to actually put in the bridge the second week of June. So I would think low flow. I don't exactly know what those terms mean.
Well, low flow is, so it's, spring, you're going to have more flow now than you would have in like August, September, July, August, September, something like that. Are those months being thought about for this project, or is it sooner?
It's June 2nd. The second weekend in June is when I'm planning on putting in the new bridge, or I hope to put in the new bridge.
Did anyone from the Trails Committee tell you how far down those telephone poles go?
No.
I was just wondering if they put them in. I could just see that becoming a really big
Yeah.
operation. Now, let's say it got to a point where you just couldn't pull them out and you thought about using a shovel. That can't happen.
Okay.
You might have to use those.
Okay.
I think unless they come out, I mean, you really couldn't just dig down 2 feet around 6 posts. That would cause way too much disturbance for the approval that's coming tonight. But if they came out, if they popped out, that would be great. But a lot of alteration to the bank and to that stream channel
Okay.
wouldn't be appropriate. In the past, when we just did one at Matera, and we built that from scratch, and we used a long board to span from one dry edge to the other. And when it didn't reach, we put one, like, I don't know, it was like a 10 by 10 piece of wood in the center, and it would support the centerpiece. But that was, and the other two were on the bank. So everyone worked off of that above the stream and above the channel, and the channel's a lot wider than the actual water flowing through it, and tried to do their best to not fall off it, not put their footprints in it. So maybe you can incorporate some longer
Board.
pieces of wood.
Yeah.
And if you don't have them, if you could contact me, I could see if we could borrow what we used over at where we span the Abachona River. So it was only like 10 feet, but I think that would work for you. So
Okay.
you need to borrow something like that and then just bring it back. Most of that equipment is kept at the Matera cabin, so it's pretty close.
Okay.
That's the only thing I would add to this about the pulling out the supports and actually walking through. And that's why August and September and July and those months there, when it's completely dry and hard, that would have worked out a little bit better.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Hearing none. All right. Any questions from the public? This is the first time, if you've got a question, we're on, you can use the raise your hand feature and I can take you off mute. Not seeing any. All right.
So Nate, could you stop sharing the screen? So we have a townwide trail permit, and this falls under that, with notice, repairs to existing trails. So we just need approval that it meets those standards, and no real permits needed. We already have an existing ongoing permit.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. Do I hear a motion based on what Chuck just explained? Go ahead, John. I thought I heard you speaking.
What is the motion we're looking for? To approve the project?
Yeah, so this would be approved, and it would just be approved under our townwide permit.
Okay, I move to approve the bridge reconstruction at Matera Cabin.
I'll second that motion.
Michael Flynn in favor?
Anika Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor?
David Knet in favor.
And I think I saw Carl. Carl, you
I see
here?
Carl.
Kyle
And-
Ciccone in favor. Oh,
Yeah.
Kyle Ciccone in
Great.
favor.
All right. Thank you very much, Nate.
Yeah,
luck.
just get back to me with if you need that planking, and then just send me an email on the start date. I'd appreciate that. Like, a couple days before, just say we're going to do it this weekend.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All
Mike,
right.
just
Go ahead, Martha.
I don't see the raise hand function today. So people who want to make comments from the public may need to do something else to get your attention.
Well, as a co-host, you won't see it, so I'm not
Okay.
sure. Maybe we can ask the next applicant if that function exists, or I could take your privileges away.
Then I won't be able to unmute, so.
So check it out now, Martha. No?
Okay, well,
So we'll have to just visual.
if you feel like you didn't have the opportunity to comment, you can always send comments to the Conservation Division. There's a link to Chuck's email or contact info on the Conservation Division webpage.
Yeah, the raise hand function was there in the participants column, and rather than looking like a hand, it just was written out raise hand. That's why I missed it.
Got it.
All right.
All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. This is tree evaluation discussion at 1457 Main Street. Just a quick recap at the last meeting. Well, I think it was 2 meetings ago that we heard this was brought up, but nobody had done a site visit yet. At the last meeting, a couple members had a chance to get out there, but we hadn't had Mike Hannaford's tree evaluation in hand when that occurred. So what I asked the commission to do is those that could get out, take a look at what we could see with Mike's evaluation and understand which trees were looking to come down based on what Chuck had numbered and what Mike had laid out. Chuck, is there anything else that we won't need to add there? Or? You're muted.
Mike's eval. I don't think so. I think that, it's been a month. We were notified the trees. I went out with Mike Hannaford. Mike went out on his own. I went out on my own. I taped the trees and I numbered the trees. Mike has those numbers in his report. And at this point, depending on what the commission's decisions are, I could guide, is what I know about the trees and to help you with that decision. But I think it's the commission's choice.
Yep.
And discussion.
Right. Were people able to get out since the last meeting and take a look? I know some of you had already been out there, maybe you didn't need to, but I guess, Chuck, do you have the tree evaluation that we could just bring up, or because I think those had pictures.
Mm-hmm. I do. Give me a second. Let me see. Hold on one second.
While Chuck's bringing it up, Elke, I see you here. I know this is the first meeting that you've been able to attend. I think some of the commission members have been able to talk with you, but I guess if you had anything to add or wanted to just kind of let us know what your thoughts are. I know you've kind of informed the commission already, but this way you can do it in a public meeting.
Hi, so my name is Erke Piontek. I'm the homeowner at 1457 Main Street. I believe that I laid out the reasons for my request in my letter to the commission. I'm not sure what else I could add to it. I can say that I'm becoming more fearful over time, given that we have more and more wind events that we didn't have in the past.
Right. All right. Thank you.
All right, so here's the letter. Here's Elke's letter.
This was now 2 weeks ago that I think it went out, but it is 8 trees. I know it says 8 to 9. Chuck, I think you had 8 marked. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna open it
And
up to the. Go
Here's Mike's eval coming up. There are the trees, the house, proximity to the house with those trees. This is not as easy being an aerial view. And here's Mike's eval on the trees.
I'm just gonna open it up. I guess what are the thoughts of the commission at this point? Dave, I don't know. Do you have any opinion?
Went out and I saw the trees that were there, and the unfortunate thing is the 2 times that I was there, I was not able to meet with the homeowner in person, but I did view the trees. There was a couple of trees that I saw that looked to be pretty straight, pretty tall, and in decent shape. There were a couple of trees. The unfortunate thing is I didn't take note of the number of the tree. That, you know, I felt that if I was going to take something down, there was a couple of trees that, you know, with some damage to their crown and also some split trunks, that those are the ones that I would take down.
Okay. And you're not sure which ones you saw that you saw, because I don't recall actually seeing anything that had damage to it.
I think as I read the Mike's note, he does he indicates there was a one that has deadwood, one is a leaf, and the other one that there's one that is a split crotch, and those never, those are always a wild card. Some will stay there for 100 years, some of them not. So.
Mike, I have a question.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Carl.
I think we've had so many of these requests come up now in the past 6 months. And so just learning more about the effects of cutting these trees down, where meaning I've learned that these trees seem to be the strongest, right, when they're in a group. So my question is, you know, if we approve a certain amount of these trees to be cut down, does the next bunch behind them become weaker again? And it's like an endless cycle of trees? Or, maybe I'm really, I don't know, but.
No, it's a great question.
Carl, I had the same question.
You know, I mean, they've, you know.
May I speak to that point?
Go ahead.
There are no other tall ones behind it. The ones that were behind on the right side were taken down at the 1447 tree removal. But after that, there are no really tall ones behind it. I believe there's a clearing behind that area.
Right.
So I don't think in this case that would become an issue.
Yeah, so working with Bob Moses and with Mike Hannaford, Hannaford says trees can come down at any time. He can evaluate them and then drive back to the shop, and they'll fall down on his trip. So it's not an exact science, I think is what he means after doing an eval. But Bob Moses does seem to believe that the trees are protected when they're in a cluster. And it's and I've heard that from Keith's Tree Service also, and especially pine trees. So if the commission, I think that if you're looking at the trees and certain trees are a sure thing to remove, you wouldn't want to leave one, even if it was more healthy than the others, by itself out in the open, because it would catch all the wind. So you should factor that in when you're thinking about your reasons for removing trees.
Okay. Okay. It's I think what we've seen so far is the town's policy is ultimately it's up to the commission to provide allowance as the caretaker of the land to any of these trees. I think the cost would have to be borne by you as how the town's policy is currently set up. I guess do you have an idea, like if this were approved for all 8, have you gotten pricing for
Yes.
all 8 to come down? Okay. I just want to make sure that this isn't something where you come back and say, well, actually that's all 8 was very expensive and now I'm only looking for
No.
5 or okay.
I'm fully aware.
Okay. Martha or Nika, any other thoughts?
I'll go. I would certainly be in favor of taking down the tree that Mike Hannaford rated as a 4, which I think was the elm.
No, it's the one that is on the bottom right now. This one, yeah, where the cursor is.
Okay, that one's the 4.
Yeah.
And that
It
elm
has a
is here.
split trunk.
Wait.
And the one that was a 4, I think, was said to have woodpecker damage in it.
Yes.
So.
I've actually seen the woodpecker.
Mhm. So I'm wondering whether if it were to be taken down, whether we could leave the 10 or 15 foot snag the way we did some of the ones that were taken down earlier, so that the woodpecker would still have that habitat. And I guess I was also thinking the elm was a reasonable one to take down. So I would start with, I'd be willing to vote to take those 2 down for sure. I'm a little concerned if we take down the whole clump of 8, that then this area that was forested is now open and could become invaded by buckthorn and other invasive species. So I'm a little concerned about leaving that whole clearing wide open.
There are some hardwoods coming up there. There's some maples.
The other time we were looking at the trees nearby, I was looking at the quite a few young pines that would be able to start growing and fill in that space once the older pines were taken out, and I'm still hoping that that will happen. I don't remember seeing a lot of young pines in this batch to fill in.
There are not that many. They're very, if there are any, they're very tiny at this point. But they're definitely hardwoods, and Mike Hannaford had strongly suggested leaving all hardwoods in place, which I'm certainly in favor of.
Except for the elm.
Except for the elm, which is already potentially infected by Dutch elm disease, which Mike had pointed me to before.
So
Sorry, that's my cat in the background.
No worries.
cats love them.
I know, they do.
That was my one concern, is whether whether maybe there should be some replacements, or whether we maybe don't take all 8 down in order to leave some more shade and habitat. So anybody else? I'm done.
So if we only left, if we only took the elm that was hardwood, how many of the 8 would be excluded from that? I don't have the inventory in front of me.
The elm is the only hardwood one in the.
That's the only hardwood. So the other 7 are pines.
All pines.
Okay. Yeah. Anika, Carl, do you guys have any other?
I'll just
No.
chime in. Sorry,
Yeah.
Carl.
No,
I'll
go
just chime in and say, I'm thinking similarly to Martha, trying to find a way to make this a limited removal, and still protect the remaining trees, and in a way that would ensure, in the most predictable way, their chances for success and strength and
Right.
staying put. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to get out there, and I don't know, it's a little bit hard for me to look at this particular picture and say, point at specific trees and say, like, yes, no, yes, no. Do you know what I'm saying? Because not exactly sure which of the trees are which. And I'm sorry I didn't get out there, but it's kind of hard for me to understand off this plan. But in general, I think that approach of, some strategic cleaning, getting rid of what's damaged, and maybe some limited removals around that for the sake of making the rest of the stand stronger.
Yeah, so that I agree. That's right. It would stand. I just
Did we lose you, Carl? John, do you have any thoughts?
I guess a question for those who've been on the commission a bit longer than me, is there kind of a precedent for how high of a risk we usually are looking for before we approve of a tree coming down like this? Like, just looking at Mike's notes, like there's 5 trees that are at low risk, and then 2 moderate risk, and then one that's at higher risk. Is there kind of usually where we're looking for a higher or high risk to take trees out, or is it just kind of?
I think the first
Depends
time
on
that this, I think the first time this ever came up was 1447 that I know of.
Okay.
So this is a relatively new thing that we're going through.
Yeah.
I think that was the first tree evaluation that we had ever received and gotten. And generally we're trying to limit things that are, trees that are in good condition. Trees that we think that are not, that we are on a relatively low risk. That doesn't really answer the question definitively, but That's
But I think with Mike's write-up, he's saying that these trees are no more risky with a number 2 on it than any tree in town next to a road, a school, or whatnot. So he's putting a very low probability on the number 2s. Anything above that, and one he has marked as 4, you know, there's more probability. In 5, he would have to take down himself if it was on our property. So there's no question about a tree coming down at 5. There's no question about one staying at number 1, you know, but I think when which is not part of this eval, that
Chuck, we lost you. You there?
sure. I think that, yeah, I don't know if did you catch any of that or all of it or some?
Yeah.
We caught most of it.
Okay, so 1 is a younger tree, 2 is a mature tree, healthy tree, 5 is a dead tree that needs to come down. You know, I guess you could do a hybrid kind of thought process with our tree policy, but also understand that these trees are extremely tall and a lot closer to this house than they were with Mr. Poyer. I mean, some of those trees that he had taken down had no possibility of hitting his house. It would have to not only fall, but leap forward.
And all
Yeah,
of the trees I mentioned could potentially fall on my house
Oh, yeah.
if they fell.
And the other point that was in your letter was your house was built in the 30s, I believe. And
Earlier.
yeah, earlier than the 30s. And so Poyer's house was built after they saw the situation, that the trees were there when his house was put together. So there's a couple of different things. I do like the track that you were kind of going on about eliminating the risk, but thinking about replanting. I thought that was something that, you know, was an interesting discussion that started.
So I agree. I guess from my standpoint, I'll just give you my thought. It is, you know, I saw anything that was the 3 or 4, you know, just based on what we did at the neighbor's house and where those were. I feel like I don't really have an issue with those coming down. My concern is that's 3 or 4 trees. I forget what the number was. And just like we talked about, we're thinning it out. We're targeting the wind on these trees. And so I guess in that case, I just have a concern of saying, okay, take 3 or 4. Are we now in reality just making this situation worse for the applicant, for helping there? And I think my take would be is if we don't see understory, my one regret with 1447 is I looked at that area when I went out there and it's open. It is clear, you know, it doesn't seem like the understory is taking over yet. Doesn't mean that it won't, but if there's a way that we could promote that, I think that's good. You know, I don't think that means if 8 come down, I'm looking for 8 tree replacements, because I think there is stuff in there that can grow, but I would like to see some plantings, you know, targeted and spaced appropriately that could, you know, help that take up. I mean, part of the problem when you remove something that's been covering this area for such a long time is all of a sudden it starts to see, you know, a whole different condition that it hadn't seen in years. And so I would like to see something go back so that we can encourage growth in that area. And I think that'd be my solution. That's what I look at as a solution is, look, if 8 are going to come down, it's tough for me to say that 3 or 4 can come down and not, you know, at my level of understanding, not say, oh yeah, those other 4 are fine. You know, we're just going to open them up to the wind and those will be fine based on the 2 rating. And so I guess my preference would be, or at least from you know, taking the risk out of it, is I'm okay with allowing the 8, provided that there is planting that strategically gets put in there. If it's, and I'm just going to throw a number out there, 4 trees, whether that's pine or similar or some, I guess I would say hardwood. We want hardwood to go back that could get planted in that zone so that they have the chance to grow over the next 50 years. In 50 years, they can come back and somebody can ask to take those down after we're all long gone.
There are at least already 3 smaller hardwoods in that area that I think would grow much faster without the pines around them.
Yeah. Thank you. Carl, you were...
Yeah, I would just, for the record, I agree with you, because that was maybe what I was trying to articulate earlier, is that I know they might not have to be replaced, as a typical process, but that would, if we're taking the chance to eliminate the risk, because who knows what's, I know 2 is not a very high in my mind, but replacing them with another mature canopy tree, I think makes me feel better. So I'm with you, or I would ditto what you said.
Carl, is there a way that we could get, like, what's the most mature tree that you could buy to plant?
Oh God. I mean, you could buy a 3 or, even just a 3-inch caliber. What's our standard again? Two, right? Or does anyone remember off the top of their head? What?
3.
It's 3. So you could even get a 4-inch oak or something would be, a lot of habitat pretty instantly. So if we're talking
easy
hard
to plant and easy to take, this is not my thing. I guess that I generally thought like.
No, they're not easy to plant, and this brings us back to my comment from a couple months ago of, it's also just not easy to plant into a forest floor, which I feel like we often recommend doing, but that's not easy either without irrigation, soil prep, new soils. It's difficult, but in my mind, a bigger tree has a better chance of survival than, a smaller tree. So.
I have a question. You don't believe that the existing hardwoods that are already there are enough?
I'd be concerned that it's not enough. That the what I've seen from what we've done recently, and this includes at the neighbor's house, that it's left a big open gap, that there isn't a lot in the understory that's necessarily coming up in those zones, and what we're getting is essentially these nice wooded areas are turning into open fields, and I don't have a great feel for if this understory is thick enough. I think I thought the understory at 1447 was, and I'm concerned with what it looks like today.
What I've seen in his area, that there are mostly small pines, whereas what I see in my area are smaller hardwoods instead of the pines.
Yeah. Dave, you usually have a good eye for this stuff. I don't know. Did you get a good feel for the understory?
Did. It's one of those things when you cut down, a majority of the overstory, it's a crapshoot on what you get. I saw a primarily spruce and hemlock stand of trees that were cut down, and after they were cut down, they great birch and poplar came back as a 50-50 mix as to what it replanted with. No softwoods at all, and that all happened all on its own. There was no planting done. It was just that's what grew back after the logging was done. So it doesn't take very long. Any place that you've ever seen that where they go in and they cut trees, just they'll come back on their own. It's just what's there. There are a number of smaller hardwood trees that are interspersed in this area where the pines are. So, you know, you never know what's going to jump up and grow first. It depends on what's in the seed bed and what actually starts growing. And then when they start to grow, one will sometimes crowd out the other, and you don't know what you're going to get. You could plant trees that are there, you know, as replacement trees that kind of get crowded out and get killed. So that's not always a 100% either.
Right.
But the replacement trees that I heard the commission talking about are going to be taller, and you know, there's no substantial trees out there. There's like some scruff and scrub brush and all that. And if it was like the standard 3-inch caliper, 10 to 15 foot tall tree, that's not going to get crowded out because that's going to be the dominant tree in the area. I don't think something on the ground is going to catch up to that.
One of the things is you can look here and you can see there's a number of trees that you can see now that are in the understory that look to be hardwoods. There are some conifers in there, but they appear to be understory there that appear to be hardwoods, and most of those are pretty tall trees already. So without really doing an inventory of what's in there for the understory, it's kind of premature to say what should be planted and where it should be planted if those trees were to come down.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with this at this point is I don't want it to be off the table that replanting needs to be done, and I think what I'd prefer to do, I don't want to plant in an area that doesn't make sense. I don't want to overload. I think, Dave, there's points to which say that are right. I don't think I think what the lesson I learned from 1447 was we don't always have a feel for how good the understory is until the trees are gone and we see what it looks like. Right. And I guess what I would, where I'm heading in my own mind with this is that, you know, we put a contingency of like, you know, that this is approved with up to 3 or 4 tree replacement. If it doesn't make, if these come down and it doesn't make sense, and if the understory is in good condition, and we say, oh, this looks great, then I think that, you know, much like when we do a project and we say, you know, you need to do this type of replacement, and we'll choose the locations or we'll choose what it is after the fact. I think we can. It allows the commission to at least set the tone of what we could ask for. And if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. We'll say, no, you're right. Like the planting in there is taking off. There's nothing to go. To what Carl said earlier, is that planting something that height in this area is not easy, and it might not take, but at least gives us the option to come back. So we're not coming back and say, oh, I wish we had something to plant here.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to make sense.
I just want to add one more wrinkle to this. Under the tree policy, you have 2 options or 3 options: the snag, paying into the fund, or planting. I think if this continues to happen on, you know, conservation land, I mean, we should consider all 3, because at the end of the day, the commission wants to have a 1-to-1 replacement policy on trees, I guess, that aren't rated 5 when Mike goes out and makes his evaluation.
That's fair, Chuck. I think to that point, you know, if this were not conservation land in somebody's property and they came to us, we'd be saying, well, we need, you know, if it were 8 trees, we'd say we're looking to see the 1-to-1 replacement or donation, you know, the donation into the fund. That is what it, at least, you know, maxes out at $500 or whatever it is. And
that's what it is.
Yeah. So I think that would be the contingency. If we can't find 3 to 4 spots to plant trees, then we would be requesting the donation to the
on top of the removal of the trees.
It would cost no more than replanting the trees.
That would make it impossible for me to pay.
So if the commission, if you're removing the trees and they're talking about replanting 3 or 4 trees, the standard is 3-inch caliper or 2.5 to 3-inch caliper, 10 to 15 foot tall. Those trees, those trees are, according to the last tree warden, they're about 350 each.
3 to 4 trees is different than a 1-to-1 for 8 trees.
No. What the point was that they're only thinking of asking for, with this project, 4 tree replacements with all 8 trees coming down. That's what I heard. I mean, Mike.
Correct. Sorry, I apologize if we brought in the tree policy and what we do for other projects when it's an applicant coming in. What I'm talking about at this point is a replacement of 4, and if we can't get 4, or if we find that 4 is not a fit, then in lieu of that, it would be the $500 to the shade tree fund, so trees could get planted elsewhere.
I want to bring something up here that I think we're getting into uncharted territory here, and we're asking a private resident to plant trees on public property, and I don't think that was ever the intention or condition that was laid out in the tree policy that was developed by the Conservation Commission.
Where do those trees get planted when we ask for the funds with the tree policy, Dave?
Private property, Chuck. That's someone that's taken down trees on private property. These are trees that this.
Oh, so that because they're taking down trees on the conservation property.
Hold on, Chuck.
I was just wondering what the difference was. I think I missed that. I think others might have too.
Well, this person has requested to take these trees down, trees that are on conservation land, that she has indicated that she is fearful of her safety and the safety of her property. And that's the reason why she wants to take those down. So these are trees that are on conservation land, which is town-owned property. These are not trees that are on private property. So I think we're getting into dangerous precedents here by requesting having someone be held to the standards of the tree policy for trees that are not on private property. They're on public property.
Dave, just to be the devil's advocate here, I think you could say that about the whole thing that we've gotten with these projects when it's on conservation land, when it's on the public land. I think there's a dangerous precedent to be set to allow trees that are on public land to just be taken down because they're close to a private property. These are, the reason that we're here is these are trees that are in the care and custody of the commission.
I'm talking about taking trees down, Mike. I'm talking about replacing the trees. 2 different things. I'm talking about you actually requesting that LG be held to the replacement policy in the tree policy for trees that are not on her property, they're on public property. And not cutting down. That's not what I'm talking about. And I understand that when we have people that pay into the tree fund, that a tree goes back to somewhere in the town of Reading. But not really certain that it's proper to actually have someone that's in fear because of a dangerous tree on public property and they would like it to be taken down, that then they have to pay for the replacement tree because the tree that they felt needed to be taken down was on public property that was endangering their property or their safety.
Dave, but this is my point, is at the end of the day, these are trees on land that is in our care. And right. So as the care holder of the people taking care of this land, yep. I think we're totally within our right to ask for, to give permission to take something down, but also ask for something in return. I don't think this is, I think it's good to go to how we deal with tree replacement in general as a policy in the town as a reference of what we should be asking for. But at the end of the day, this is land that is in our care and custody. Right. We are not in the business of trying to take trees down. And so I think the whole thing is connected, cutting down and replacing. And I just look at it as forgetting about conservation is that's us being, trying to work together as neighbors. We have a neighbor that is looking at our trees and saying, I'm concerned about what it is, about what's here. We're trying to be considerate to that. But at the same time, we have a concern and a purpose for this land. The reason that we're here is to have this conservation, to have this habitat, to have these lands. And so I think it's totally within fairness to say, well, something needs to go back and something needs to be carried out. And I think that the piece about the replacement policy, that's just trying to find a basis of what we should be looking for, what we should be asking for, because that's what we carry through.
And Mike, I would just maybe add, because Dave, I do see where you're coming from, right? But I think Chuck had mentioned like a number 5 or a rating 5, right, from like Mike Hannaford, where that's a high risk. We wouldn't ask, right, for the homeowner to donate or replace, say, right? But a 1 or a 2 just seems like such a less risk, right? That's where maybe we would ask to either replace something on site or donate. Is that kind of right?
I think a 1 or a 2 is just a normal tree. So the only reason to take that down is to accommodate a neighbor. We're a landowner working with another landowner. They want to take down some trees on our land, and I think the commission can come up with whatever they want to feel whole about the situation, but still accommodate, the homeowner. I don't see, I mean, I like the 1-to-1 replacement policy. I mean, it seems to me that if, just so Dave maybe feels better, there's plenty of land on Bear Meadow to find a spot to plant the trees, so if it's the money that he's concerned about, then we could definitely find an area to plant trees if they don't work here. But
does that apply to the habitat question then that was raised earlier, that you want this to stay a habitat if you plant trees elsewhere?
Well, right. So the only way that the trees would be planted elsewhere is to so that they wouldn't fit here because they were crowding out and there was no spots, which I don't believe that would be found. But if that was the case, and we wanted to accommodate the commission member that didn't want you to pay the $500 for the maximum amount for, so our tree policy is $250 a tree, capped at $500 for homeowners. And we're just using that thought on this situation. And so that $500 would be out, and we could just find a spot somewhere else on Bear Meadow to plant some trees. I think,
I don't see how that would. If I may, I know that Mike Hannaford said they are 2s, but many of the trees that are directly bordering my area are dropping pretty large limbs, and they're hanging in the trees. You can actually see them, and they're going to fall into my yard at any point.
Well, that would be just trimming up the trees, and that you could do that without removing them. The dead limbs that I see in this picture could just be trimmed up.
The more dangerous ones are way higher up.
And that still could happen. I guess you would if that ended up being what was needed, you would still have to hire a company, get the permission from the Conservation Commission. I can tell you another kind of general rule. It's in our regulations that we allow 20% of each canopy to be removed if the tree was on your land without needing conservation approval. Since these trees are on the conservation land, you would need their approval, but still the 20% of each canopy would pretty much apply, and any broken dead branch would be approved without any issues.
Okay.
So I'd like to try to get a resolution here. I don't know, we've talked about a lot. I guess, do we see ourselves going down a path?
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead, Martha.
If we approve to take down all 8 trees because Elk is worried about them being dangerous in her yard, could we give it a year or so to see what grows back before the planting needed to happen? And if it looks like the understory is coming back, then we don't need to ask for trees to be planted. And if it looks like it really needs a couple of trees, up to 4 trees, whatever, those could be planted a year down the line so that we can come back and see whether it's all coming back into buckthorn or whether it's got some good hardwoods coming up that will provide good habitat.
I think that's a good thought, Martha. I think the one thing that I would caution is waiting too long. I think waiting allows growth and the understory to come back and see it. I think the challenge with waiting is we are a forgetful society and we move on to the next problem, and just letting it get lost with it. It would be on us to make sure that we are paying attention and keep that in the forefront. So that would be the only, I think, downside to that is, I think and if that timing makes sense, then it makes sense. I would just be careful of setting too long of a time period to check, because I've seen us do this before on projects where we say, oh, we'll see how this goes I'll give an example of one that we said, we'll see how this looks in 2 years. And in 4 years I drive by it and we're like, oh yeah, we never thought about that again. So that would just be my one caution. But I do like the kind of the idea there is, because that's what I'm thinking as well, is let's get approval to get these down. Let's see what it looks like, and let's make a decision, but have a decision that allows the commission to ask for some sort of replacement if we see it and it says it looks like it's thin, or it looks like it could use something to fill it in.
Mike?
Go ahead, Anika.
Couldn't we sort of codify that sort of future scenario into an approval letter?
We could, Anika. The challenge here is this is not a permit, right? This is a neighbor.
Yep.
This is a neighbor coming to us and asking to do something. And so
this could be covered under a town-wide permit of work in conservation areas?
Yeah, so this isn't even in like our jurisdiction from a wetlands, right? The reason we're involved is
it's our jurisdiction because
because
it's land under our management.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
And when I say jurisdiction, I mean jurisdiction of the wetlands protection or our bylaws. But yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. And maybe it's just that just means it's incumbent on us to pay attention. If that's the case, then that's the case. I just want to make sure we realize that today.
So let me phrase it a different way. Let's approve that during the summer season of 2021, the trees are approved to be taken down, and the replantings are to take place in 2022. But I don't know
if it
what
was
time
found necessary.
Well, that's what I was going to say is plan to put the trees in the right time of year, maybe in the spring or in the fall. I don't know what's the best time of year to plant them, but be prepared to revisit it, go over and take a look, see what's there, and if it looks like the trees don't need to be planted, then we can approve not replanting the trees. But the default is that the trees would be planted in 2022. And then if Elk does not think that they need to be planted, she can contact us and say, I don't think they need to be planted. We go take a look and we make a decision whether they need to be or not.
Yeah, I like that, Martha. I think that's the best fit for what we're talking about right now, and in line with what a lot of us are saying.
And the number to be replanted is 3 to 4 if it was found to be necessary, or any number below that.
Yeah, I think the best way to say it, just so we have, is 4 or a number below that. What based on what makes sense.
Okay.
Anybody else on the commission have any comments?
I would agree with what Martha has presented.
Any comments from the public? Not seeing any, so I don't know how to get my normal view here. Here we go. All right, not seeing any. Then I think it's still best we make a motion. And if you say, Martha, I don't know if you want to make it and say motion as I just mentioned, or something, so you don't have to repeat it. But
Sure. I move that we give permission to the resident of 1457 Main Street to have, at her expense, the 8 labeled trees removed this year, and to replace 4 trees a year from now, unless it is determined at that point that we don't need to plant as many.
Second.
Michael Flynn in favor?
Anika Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
David Panett in favor.
Carl?
Oh, Carl Ciccone in favor.
All right. Thank you, Elk. You still there? Oh, there you go. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. We'll get to our next item on the agenda. This is 88 Glenmere Circle. This is infiltration, not installed as per the order of conditions. This is a project that's come before us. Chuck, do you mind giving a quick background or history on the project and what we've got here? Or maybe is the applicant here? Oh, he is.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's have the applicant do that.
Yeah.
I mean, this did come to the commission for a small 400 square foot addition, and the commission did ask for approve that and approve infiltration. And so we did receive a schedule, which was sent to the commission this afternoon. And that schedule had the installation of the infiltration system as part of that schedule in it. The order of conditions mentions the infiltration system. The plans show the infiltration system. And we went through this the last time. Fred Geisel, who was the engineer on this project, was asked to evaluate some alternatives to the infiltration system. And he felt, Fred, the engineer, felt that they didn't, they wouldn't hold the 2-year storm or less. I think I got that right, maybe if I'm not. So they weren't equal alternatives for what was proposed and what was agreed upon. So I think it was just left at that point for the homeowner to come up with some, new ideas and get back to the commission when, when he can either do the project or come up with something different. And that's what he's here to talk about tonight, as I understand it. So if you'd like to take over, that would be
We can
great.
turn it
And just
over
give
to
us a rundown. Sure, I'm turning it over
the
to the applicant.
Are you able to unmute?
Sure.
How's it going? Can you hear us?
It's Shu, something.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
So if you could, for the commission, I know Chuck tried to summarize it a little bit here, but could you just give us a breakdown of, the project, what you had done and what you're looking for tonight?
Actually, yeah, first of all, thank you very much, everyone. Take time for the cases. And my project is like less than 400 square foot back in front of the current house. Was built like 3 years ago. Almost 3 years. The last step is the conservation approval for the final close. And however, because the original plan was infiltrator was installed. And however, my contractor he didn't put it in. I don't know for details, but eventually when conservation said there's nothing. So, and that's the old story. Actually, for tonight, without infiltrator, we already live here after finished the project, almost 3 years, I said. And I keep looking for the downspout in the front. Actually, I only had one gutter, new gutter, for the less than 400 square foot new addition. And I keep looking for the water flood, even during the water season for 3 years. And the current installed the new gutter, just water downspout is spread out on the grass because the grass is growing very well. I just for myself, I didn't see any potential flood or something like that. My question that is, do we really want to install a new infiltration? Because I actually quoted like $6,000 to $10,000 from scratch. And do we really need it? Because I didn't see because only one gutter was installed for the new addition. And I didn't see much water from, because if you don't have new addition, water, the rain still go. And also I think the refrigerator also the plastic unit, big, very big plastic. I'm a biologist. I know how the pollution is, how it goes. And if we plant so big a unit for the plastic, also I think it's not good for the conservation as well. And another thing, as I said, it costs a lot, between $6,000 to $10,000 from scratch. My family actually is the one. It's my wife just lost job due to the COVID-19 last year, and I have also 2 college students at home. For this, it's from scratch. Do we really need to install that unnecessarily? My question is unnecessarily unit, and also it's not good for the green. So tonight I just request the cancellation for the installation for this unit. And I think this once if you give me the favor, I can close the addition permit, final close and inspection. That's sorry.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, so I think I'll start out just because I was on the commission when, not when your first, I don't know if I was on the commission when your first project came through, but I do remember when you came to us in 2019 and this all came up. And my recollection at that time was we had asked the engineer, Mr. Geisel, if there was any options for alternative infiltration, just to give a general background on any addition that we have, it's the commission looks to see infiltration, that the runoff is being infiltrated into the groundwater. There are many ways to do it. We tend to see these 500-gallon tanks, the chambers, as part of the design on a lot of properties because it's a nice, simple way. It's easy. They have the capacity, easily. But we've also seen other designs push forward to us when it's appropriate. I don't know what's appropriate here. I think we had asked the engineer at that time if there was, I think we had maybe thrown out some other ideas of what it could be. And he said, well, that can't even handle the 2-year storm, or that it can't handle this. And so, I'll just kind of give my 2 cents is, we on a addition project, anything where we're adding space, the commission is looking for infiltration, for that added impervious area. Does it have to be this 500-gallon chamber? I don't know that that's the case. But I also, I think it's not necessarily what I mentioned the commission. I don't think it's this commission's job to necessarily design that for you. I'm open to other ideas and other particularly affordable ideas, something that's more manageable, easy to get installed, knowing where we are. It would have been ideal that while they're excavating the foundation, while they're doing that addition, while all that work was being done and the excavator was back there, that they got this in there. It didn't happen. And now to get it back there would be a huge disruption. So I get the inconvenience. I get that this as a separate is a large cost that probably would have been built into the cost originally. I don't think that my personal take is I don't think that takes away from the idea that we want to see infiltration, that I personally want to see infiltration. I think there's other ways that it could be done. I just don't know what's right here. We had a site at our last meeting that had a chamber, and a commission member asked a question and said, is the chamber the right solution here? And they said, no, groundwater's too shallow. We should be doing drip trenches. And it was that easy of a switch. An engineer is going to know the right solution. And I think that's ultimately where I still sit with this is I'm fine with an alternate infiltration system, particularly one that's more affordable, particularly one that could go in easy now that you've got this. But it needs to be thought about, from an engineering standpoint of, will this function? Will this take the roof runoff and infiltrate it? So that's kind of my thoughts here, knowing kind of where this was back in 2019 and where we are today. But I'm certainly open to others on the commission if they've got comments or questions. Anika, I know you were around when this was happening as well.
Yeah, I actually remember when the tree fell, and I don't know if this was that particular event, but I remember this. One of my main questions is the water right now around your house. Is it problematic? Are you getting a flooded basement? I know the grades, I don't think the topography is terribly steep back there, but are you seeing any erosion? I mean, talk to me about the water around your house, and are you experiencing any water problems?
No, actually, no. It's just the current one. There is a slope in the back. It's not flat. There is slope. The rain can't easily go back to the.
In winter, my children always slide there because the backyard is kind of like a barrels. The black.
Oh, you have,
Yeah, very.
do you have rain barrels?
Yeah. So like the backyard is not flat. It's kind of very what?
It's like slopey. There is no
Yeah.
water stay in the back.
Yeah. It's
And there's no eroded lawn areas or anything like that.
No, and we also built a new addition basement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's okay. Under the new addition, 400 square feet. We use it as entertaining.
I mean, in this particular situation, for me, I think it might be more work than it's worth. I mean, I imagine that this is what's happening at the site, and just based on the design. I mean, the whole house is within the 100-foot buffer, so everything that falls and the topography slopes from the 100-foot buffer towards the wetland. And, so everything I'm thinking is, any rain, any runoff is kind of, is sloping towards the wetlands anyway. And, so a lack of an infiltration basin is not diverting or robbing the wetlands of infiltration in this particular site. So based on that, I don't have a big technical problem with not installing the infiltration chamber, and that's why.
I can't hear Mike.
Mike, I can't hear you. You don't look muted, but whatever.
No,
you
I
just
was muted on my phone. I'm sorry. You guys just got to see me. Sorry. Thank you, and yeah. Thank you, Anika. I guess my question was, any other comments from the commission? Martha or John, do you guys have any thoughts?
I do.
Yeah.
I understand Anika's point. I am concerned because I think one of the purposes of an infiltration chamber is to slow down the amount of time it takes for the water to run down into the wetland and on into the stream, and reduce the flooding downstream during extreme rainstorms. And that whole MVP planning and the planning that they're doing for the Aberjona River near Maillet Soames property is to try to reduce flooding of people downstream from us. So I hate to set a precedent of simply saying your order of conditions required infiltration and now you don't need to put in any infiltration, because if we do that, every developer that's coming down the pike is going to say, oh, well, you changed your mind, and if we don't put in the infiltration, we can just blow it off and it's not going to have a consequence. So I like Mike's suggestion of other ways of having infiltration that might be not putting plastic in the ground and might be more affordable. I'm thinking of the the rain garden that the veterinary clinic is proposing behind their property as a possible way of having infiltration without the Cultec chambers, or the drip trenches under the gutters that some people have put in. So I would rather see an alternate infiltration that can hold the amount of water that was determined that needed to be held, not requiring the plastic, but to have something that will slow down the rain going into the stream.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
My question is that it's for sure the infiltrator can slow down the water to the back. My question is how much water you expect for the new addition, like less than 400 square feet for the residents, not the I'm not talking about commercial building. It's how much water you expect. Of course, if you have the infiltrator installing, you can slow down all the water no matter how much water you have. But it's for the resident less than 400 square foot. Do we really need that to slow down the water?
And for the new addition, we only added one gutter than before.
And let's see, if I don't do addition, the water still spread out on the back.
Yeah, before it's been good for 11 years, so this year we didn't have any problem. But for the new addition, we only added one gutter, one new gutter. And after 3 years, another 3 years, it didn't have any problem. And my new addition basement was really good. So we never got water problem. So, and also, sorry, also our engineer retired. If we change plan, we need to find another new engineer to do the plan.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you a little bit at the end there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch what you said at the end there.
Yes, my question that comes after is do we really need as I understand Master said the infiltrator can slow down water for sure. That's for sure. My question is, do we really want to slow down water? How much water you expect for the new addition? For the residence new addition? For the commercial one, if you have a larger building, for sure you need to install this unit to slow down the water. You don't want the conservation got flooded, that's for sure. But do we really need it for the less than 400 square foot residence? Actually, I didn't see much. I lived there for like, Mayo said, more than 10 years. I didn't see much water, just rainwater or some water going back.
I guess my answer to that question is I am not an engineer, but all I know is what the engineer wrote in the plans that you originally presented in 2017. And so if the engineer was looking for about 200 square feet of chamber to hold the water, I would think that's the amount of water you need to slow down. And I would need to have an engineer's opinion if that's not really true. If your engineer did a bad plan and overbuilt the water retention, then a different engineer might have a better opinion on that. But I only have your engineer's plan to go by.
Yeah, that's right. I think back to the original permit, I think that at that time, not just my engineer proposed that. I think Reddington required that part. That's why he did that.
Yeah, but I think what Martha's referring to is I think this was in 2019 when you came to us and we had asked the engineer for some alternative ideas rather than the chamber. I think it was at that time that he had said, doing something less was not going to be enough. And that's where this was left in 2019 was well, the engineer at the time was telling us that this chamber needed to be sized. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm a civil engineer. I look at that chamber and I think that's probably excessive, but I don't know the details of the design. And I agree with Martha in a sense. I mean, I think there is I do like the idea of slowing down the speed at which it gets there, and that's the idea of the infiltration. I think that can be done simply, much simpler than this chamber, but it takes someone to say that this is not needed or that this is the case. I don't. This commission is not in the practice of designing the projects for applicants, and so that's what I would caution. I do think, just Martha, to speak to your point earlier, I think a rain garden in that sense is overkill here. I think it probably also would be more expensive than there's certain methods that need to go into construction of something like a rain garden, but the drip, conceptually, I see people putting in drip trenches like this all the time, and it seems like something that could work. How big it needs to be, I don't know that I have an answer for it. I know that if this were, don't mean to call out a name, Jack Sullivan project, which we see a lot of in town, he would say, this is the right time for the chamber, this is the right time for the trench. I'm just going to put the trench in. But it's the engineer that ultimately decides for us. We ask the question and they tell us what's necessary. Any other comments from the commission? Dave?
I mean, I can see both sides of this, because there's a very limited amount of square footage of roof that's gone on this, and to put an infiltration chamber for that small amount of water, it would seem to me there's other methodologies to use for that, like you said, the drip trench and other kinds of retention that can be used. That certainly is cheaper than a 500-gallon tank, but I just have the same caution that we don't design the project for them. So I see there's alternatives, but I'd rather have that come from an engineer than people on the commission.
Okay, thank you, Dave. John or Carl?
I don't think I have anything to add.
Carl?
I would just say that we typically ask this in a project, and I agree with what David just said, that we ask the questions, but I don't know if that's the right size or not, but we typically ask for some sort of runoff, capture. So.
Yeah. I guess what I would say is, and everyone, I think, I feel like Anika, notwithstanding, what you had said, I think what I'm hearing from most of the commission is, it seems like there's a much simpler way for you. That getting a 500-gallon tank in the ground may not be the right solution. Probably we understand the concerns about the cost, and there's likely a much more affordable and easier solution that you could come to us with and say, this is what I'm going to put in right at the gutter, and this will allow for the water to infiltrate, and extend the path and extend the time that it takes to get to the wetlands. but we're not the right people to necessarily say that this is ultimately the size that it should be. You know, is the trench, you know, most of these drip trenches that we're seeing are 2x2 trench. You know, it just filled with stone. Is that what this is? I mean, I think I see a much easier solution, frankly, that's probably at the end of the day, if an engineer told you this is what to do, you would say, oh, I can go dig this myself with some gear from Home Depot. But I think it takes having that piece proposed to us. I'm not in the spot to necessarily say we should have nothing. And I think that's what I'm hearing from most of the commission.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Chuck, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think what resonated with me was when Jack Sullivan comes up with a trench design, it's because an infiltration chamber won't work. And he's able to show us that out of the two solutions which he uses, which is the chamber or a drip trench, this is the appropriate situation for that. So in that way, it makes it easy for the commission to understand that an engineer has looked at it and has decided for themselves that what will work, and it makes our job a little bit easier. It's, you know, I don't know what alternatives are out there. I don't know if, and I was telling you, Mike, before that in our regulations, we don't have, you know, we don't have a 10-year, a 2-year, 25-year storm that we're supposed to be, you know, doing this infiltration for. So it is up to the commission. I understand that it's in the order of conditions. It was approved. I mean, if it's changed somehow, I mean, to do this correctly, we would need to modify the order of conditions. If the order of conditions doesn't exist and it's lapsed, then they would need another permit to do this. If it was, you know, something big, like a Shea shallow pit or something like that. I think they're well above groundwater. I think it's like, my recollection was like 7 feet or more that they had to work with. And the reason why we do this is to delay the first flush of the rainstorm. And that's a big issue these days for people that kind of keep up with you know, environmental sites and whatnot. So this work that we're doing on the Avajona and trying to delay the flooding downstream, every little bit helps. And the new MS4 permit asks for us to kind of be involved in that. But at this point, it's up to the commission. And but we do have the order, and we do have the need to make a change and make it official. Outside of that, it would be nice to have some options, but this gentleman came in before with a couple of options. He had a barrel he was going to fill with stone and divert everything into that. And there might have been 2 or 3 versions of that. And I guess that's what Fred Geisel was talking about, that it would even hold back, you know, the 2-year storm. But yeah, if this was designed, if the 500-gallon tank was designed for the 500-year storm based on a 400 square foot roof, you know, I think everyone in the back of their mind says, well, what have we asked other people to do? So it's going to throw those little things out there, and it does sound like the commission is all over the place with this one. I hear different things from different people. I'm not trying to weigh in. I'm just trying to say that we don't have a regulation about this. We will in the future if it's a big enough site, but right now this is an ask from the commission, and it was part of the approval, so it was agreed to.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, Chuck. And I think in line with that, I think what I tend to be this way is we often say, well, if we did it here, what do we look to be consistent, and I think that's the right thing to do. I think every project has its uniqueness to it. I think just because we make a decision at this project does not mean that it sets a precedent for another. So I would mention to the commission, like, if we feel that like this is a spot that we said, well, put a stone pad down, let it delay a little bit, and nobody's designed that, but this will at least make it better. I guess I'm not totally opposed to that idea, just so that we can find some sort of resolution and that this doesn't continue to just extend out. But I guess the one piece that I would just say is, in the back of my mind, I just always have, we tried to find a solution and an engineer told us, well, that's not going to work. I do think, just as you said, Chuck, like, we've never asked for this to be designed for a 500-year storm or anything. Nobody told, I think that Mr. Geisel had said this wouldn't hold back a 2-year storm. We don't have anything in our regulation that stipulates it needs to hold back a 2-year storm. So any sort of extension is, for the better. I tend to be torn on this some.
Chuck, how much longer does the applicant have before their order of conditions expires?
Yeah, I was just looking for that. It's so I'm working with my iPad. I apologize, but can Martha? I sent out the order of conditions. Can someone quickly look on the second page, and that'll tell you. Or the last page, the signature page, also has that.
I've got that. I'll look for it. Okay, it says the order is valid for 3 years and the date of issuance was July 13th, 2017. So it sounds like it has expired.
Yep.
But since it expired during COVID and the governor's orders, there's a grace period here, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So I think you're right, Anika. I don't think this is officially expired because there's nothing in this period has should be set to expire. That's a good point.
So they could just make a minor change to this.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of this process, we're going to need a certificate of compliance and an as-built plan. So there is a little bit of engineering that still has to happen, or surveying at least.
Yeah, and so understanding where that this commission's been a little bit all over the board with this, and Anika, I think, to be asked to understanding your position, I think what I would offer is, Chuck, to your point, the certificate of compliance would come in, and at that time, the engineer would have to notify if there was anything that wasn't done in accordance with the plans. I think at this point, this is not going to be a surprise I think is it fair to say that that submission could come in, and at that time we'd expect some sort of letter from an engineer saying, here's what we decided on as a solution. If it's nothing and here's why, this is what it is. If it's a drip trench, here's why. And we accept that as part of the certificate of compliance. Does that make sense, Chuck? I'm asking you, is that something we've done in the past?
I would think that we should be notified of what their decision is, so they don't come in and put a lot of work into something that's not acceptable. I just think it's too big. It's not like, so for example, we approved a set of stairs. They still install the set of stairs, but they're pointing in a different direction. That's not a big change, and that can come up in the order of conditions. But if I'm not going to do an infiltration chamber, and no matter what we think about it, it's a condition in the order of condition. It's official. We have to deal with that. That's how it is. And they want to make a change, they probably should just tell us what the change is, or tell me what the change is. I'll let you in the commission know. And if it's acceptable, I can get back to the homeowners. So, because I'm not hearing, don't do it. I'm hearing, look into alternatives. And I've heard drip trench, 2 foot by 2 foot that you said.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I feel like. That's what I'm just seems to make sense. Anika, I think I saw your hand go up. I don't know if
it didn't. I'm fine with the applicant exploring alternatives from an engineering perspective. If that's our decision, maybe we should just at least have some sort of vote about it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a best solution. Sorry, I'm moving spots here. All right, then I think that's that's where I'm hearing, unless there's any other thoughts of the commission or anything else we need to do. I mean, is this something we even vote on?
Nothing to vote on.
Yeah, I think I think it's pretty clear. What we've heard is the commission is open
summarize
to an alternative.
I think what we're looking for.
I think it's pretty clear what the commission is looking for, some sort of infiltration. I think you've heard from us that we're in agreement that the chamber is probably overkill, and it could be something we'd be willing to accept something less. We'd be looking for someone, an engineer, to say this is what that is. And I think ultimately what I keep on hearing, maybe because it's me that says it, is something like a drip trench, which is easily constructible, is an alternative that we see occur often as the alternative in this town. So it is something that'd be easy to build and still provide that infiltration. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Any other items from the applicant?
Yeah, as I said, I just I prefer of course, my side is as minimum as possible, because I really didn't see necessarily to do the thing. And considering the plan, the conservation requirements, I can do like I pre-propose like put the barrel underneath and use the pipe. Let the water slowly spread out. I can't do that without even as you said, go home to get something, and I can save my cost. And actually, my old engineer, he's retired. I cannot reach him. If I want to hire our new engineer, that's a different story. It's cost.
Yeah. So one of the things that's required.
Statement. That means, do we really need that for the residents less than 400 square foot?
Only one gutter added.
That's my question. Do we really need it? Because a few years already, I didn't see anything, issue or something as Chuck said. We don't for 500 years regulation. That's just.
Yeah, I think what I've heard.
I think so. Yeah, I respect the regulation. I respect the times of the committee for sure. I just my question is really necessary to do it.
Actually, by our experience, like before the new addition, after new addition, we've been here for 11 years. So like the situation after rain, after snow melting, so we didn't experience any difference. So like Annika said, so we didn't get any water around the house and the basement. And so the situation didn't change before the addition and after the addition. And it's a big cost for unnecessary big job.
Yeah, I think what you've heard from the commission is I don't think we disagree that the chamber is a large cost and maybe too much. I think there are relatively simple solutions that could be done. I think to understanding that you've indicated that the engineer has retired or you can't get a hold of them, as part of the order of condition, the certificate of compliance, we do require that stamped as-built get submitted to the commission. So there is going to be a piece that requires that extra bit no matter what. If we don't recommend necessarily a single person, but if between this and getting the as-built prepared for the order of conditions, you need some help understanding who else does commonly works in town. You can always reach out and we can give you a few names. We don't, again, as we said, we don't recommend a single person, but that person, whoever that ends up getting selected, may be able to say, look, here's the simple solution. We work with the commission the whole time. Here's what they'll accept and get it. But I think what we've heard, and you've asked the question, right? Is this necessary? I don't think anybody on this commission is real. I've necessarily heard say no, that they confidently feel that it's not. But what is necessary is that's why we have engineers. So. Any other items?
Mike, in case you didn't know, we've lost Chuck.
I see that now. All right, we'll give him a chance to come back on here. All right, I think we have a path forward on this. I know that may not be what you guys wanted to hear, but I think what I'm hearing is, that the commission is looking for some sort of infiltration. It can certainly be minimized to help reduce costs on your end, but we'd be looking for that to come through as some sort of proposal of this is what it would be. And again, I think if you said drip trench to any engineer, I think they could give you a detail, and it'd be something that's relatively easily done. So, all right. I don't think we have a vote on this one necessarily. So I think that summarizes kind of where we're at. So I guess I'll just open it up. Is there any comments from the before we move on, any comments from the public? This is an open item. I'm not hearing any. All right. We will, thank you very much for coming in. Have a good night. All right. So we lost Chuck, but we will proceed on. I think there's one. This is the part where he takes over too. So I'm going to move down the list here. I know there's a couple items here, but I'm going to go to a nice easy one and do minutes all the way at the end while we're waiting for Chuck, because that's something that we don't usually need Chuck for. We had 2 minutes. I think the last ones came through at the very end, but I know March 24th went around. Did anybody have a chance to read them? And did anybody have any comments?
Mike, I looked at them. I didn't have any comments. I also wanted to add, Chuck just sent me a text, said he's trying to get back in. Somebody else in the town is using the same platform. And there've been a couple of issues all night from the town side. So
okay,
let's be patient and get through what we can, and hopefully he can join us.
All right. Thanks, Nika.
I move that we approve the minutes from March 24th.
I second.
Michael Flynn in favor?
Nika Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
David Panett in favor.
Carl Sacconi in favor.
All right. Thank you. We can move to, I'm just going to bounce around since we're going without Chuck, and hopefully we can kind of get him in here. Arbor Day, April 30th. I think we talked about this.
Let me.
Oh, Chuck.
No, I'm staying out. I'm going to stay out. Go ahead, talk to Arbor Day yourselves.
So
Yeah.
Arbor Day,
Welcome back.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, yeah. So somehow two departments were able to schedule meetings for the same night on the same license. I don't know if that had anything to do with me just being kicked out and I couldn't get back in, but it worked after 3 attempts. So maybe CPDC has been bumped now. I'm not sure.
We approved the minutes while you were gone.
Oh, any changes?
No changes.
Okay.
So Chuck, we finished up with 88 Glenmere, and that's when we lost you, and we just went to the minutes. I guess I can give you we can go to Arbor Day. I was picking off the easy ones while you were gone. But I don't know if there's one that you want to go to.
No, let's finish
next.
up Arbor Day. That's this
Okay.
Friday.
Yeah,
And
so this Friday. Go ahead.
that's this Friday, and Mike Hannaford will be planting a tree and well, he told me he was going to plant a tree right in front of town hall, and I'll verify that and I'll let everyone know. And maybe that's what we can do this year, is just show up for that ceremonial planting. And then next year at Arbor Day, the commission can come up with their own event. So I'll let you do that. It'd be good to see people there. I'm sure it's going to happen in the morning. I think the morning is when the DPW operates for the most part. And so it should be pretty early or early enough. So that's what I have for Arbor Day. And also let you know that Mike Rivers, who's on Pearl Street and did the stream, he altered the stream, he moved it to the left. He's still working with Williams and Sparagis. I've heard from Williams and Sparagis a lot about a site visit, about sending me to continuances. I didn't actually get a continuance from them. So I need some, so I didn't get a continuance. I couldn't make the site visit. They called me up. I think they let me know the day before. I already had a meeting scheduled. I think it was okay that I wasn't out there to discuss what was happening. But they're, they need to get into the commission when they have something. And I think we need to put a time on it if that's what the commission's wish is.
Chuck, I think, I'm glad to see it's moving in the right direction. I guess for our next, I request that they can make the next meeting, because I want to see some action. It's now been a few months, maybe more than a few months, with that it's been like this, and we just get closer and closer to the longer it's like this, the more risk there is to the stream and what could happen there. I guess what I would request is, if we have the conversation between now and the next meeting, if Williams Sparagis doesn't think they can be on the next agenda, then we ask for a official timeline of, can you make the second, that would be the first May meeting. Tell us why you couldn't make the second May meeting then. And just try to set a deadline, because I want to see some, I think we need to see some action.
Okay. Duly noted. When I was talking about Arbor Day, I didn't wait to ask if anyone had any questions about that day. So maybe we should go back and do that. Does anyone have any questions on Arbor Day?
Anika.
Yeah, thank you. Carl and I were going to put together a flyer. I sent something very rough draft his way this afternoon. And so, Carl, what do you think about that? It's an informational little flyer that might be useful just to post perhaps at trail kiosks, or I could run around on Friday and do that, just to kind of spread a little bit of information. Or I don't know if there's an electronic bulletin board that we could put it on somewhere. But Carl, did you have a chance to take a look at that?
Yeah, I did, just sort of, this today. So I thought there was actually a lot of information. It's sort of easy to read, kind of some big bullet points in the first page, which was nice. And I think it's just simple. I think we have to think out of the box, that we may as a group know some of these things, but most people just don't. So it's sort of simple, in your face, some kind of quick bullet points, which I think are useful and helpful. So yeah, I thought it was nice.
So full disclosure, I stole it straight from the Arbor Day Foundation. They did all the work putting the graphics together and coming up with the info bits. So I think, I don't know if there's any copyright problems with that, but I don't think it would be I'm going to take a leap here and say I don't think it would be a huge problem as long as we cite them that we got the information from the Arbor Day Foundation. And it's just a bunch of statistics. It looks something similar to, you know, when you open up a magazine and it says, here's what happened this week, you know, 85% of people ran a red light, or, you know what I mean? Just something kind of, kind of catchy. I can send it around, but
I think that's yeah, I think that works.
Can I make two suggestions? One, and I like the idea of putting a few up at kiosks, you know, at Matera or Town Forest, and you know, I could help do that on Friday as well. And then the second one would be, and we've never done this before, but I think this came up recently with another thing is, Chuck, is it possible to just to post this on the Town of Reading Facebook page? I don't know how many people go to that, or.
You know, I also wonder if I could do it just as a citizen, just saying, hey, conservation wanted to post this. I'm posting it if anybody's curious or wants to know more about trees and what native plants you can plant in your own backyard on Arbor Day. Contact Chuck Gironi. And
yeah, I like it.
Could we put it up?
I hope you have your social connection is much greater than mine, which is like.
Yeah, that might be the way to go, because if it goes through on the town's website, I would have to have Bob LaLachore approve it. I'm not sure there's going to be time. Tomorrow's town meeting. It's like the last couple of days before this is going to happen. I think we could post it on the conservation website, on our main page, but the town, kind of like all their social media, I don't think would work. I think it's too late for any of that, and that approval process would definitely make sure that it's too late.
Okay. Well, I think I like the solutions that I heard otherwise, though. Okay.
All right, so Anika, if you want to make that change, adding this information was donated by the Arbor Day Foundation.
Yeah.
On that, I could post it on our website. If I got that.
So Carl, if you could just get those, if you think there's anything major that needs to be changed on that, especially on our information page, because there's two of an infographic and a third page.
I think we probably don't need the third page.
Okay.
Oh, just that has, well, that has the date on there, I guess. But.
Well, maybe a footer on the first two pages. So I'll work on that. I'll send it around to everyone tonight. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Chuck, what did we start and then stop?
We were talking about Michael Rivers, but I thought you concluded that by just saying we'd like to have a schedule when they can make it to the meeting and to keep to those expectations.
Yep. Is there a item you think best to do next? I know we've got a couple people still here.
No, it's up to you. We do. I have a regulation fee discussion on there. I think that's something that we want to look at. The commission needs to. We have. I don't think it's all the fees we have to look at. I think it's just probably two of the direct impact fees, which would be for areas within the resource area and within the 25 foot of the resource area. And so I'm going to put something together for the commission to review and we're gonna kind of open that up for discussion at our next meeting. I just wanted to have it on there to let you know that you'll be receiving some information about the bylaw fee for those two sections, and kind of break it down and make sure we can tie the fees into what's happening here in town, and as far as our overall responsibility and staff time, equipment, and the cost of review, just to name a few things that it's supposed to be pinned to. So that'll be coming up in the future. That was more of an informational discussion item than an open discussion item, because you really have no information on that yet. And then, Mike, I'm not sure if we have everything, but I know that we still have to get to 1503, the planting plan, which came in to just before the last meeting. And I actually never received a copy of this from the applicant. I did receive a copy from Mike Flynn. And so we have a planting plan. I've had no discussion with the applicant, so I cannot fill you in on any of that information, but you all received that in the electronic packet, and it has an updated plan that has added and arranged different planting material. I don't know who put it together, but I think I can bring it up and
Yeah.
share that. So I don't know. I'll step out of the discussion, and it's up to the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, so I guess I could summarize. The reason we're looking at this with 1503 is ultimately there was an area in the front that was originally outside of the work zone that when we originally got engaged in the project again back in January, we noticed that there had been some clearing performed. And there's right now, I think if you go there, there's 2 evergreen trees or bushes. And we were looking to have a more robust planting to try to reestablish the habitat in that space. I don't think we have a good idea necessarily, other than from pictures. What
You see this picture
there.
on the
Yep.
screen?
Yep.
Okay, so there's that picture that's from 2017. Oops, and there's another picture. Oops, what did I do? Okay, here we go. Share. This one here. This is obviously in the fall. And that was from 2014 to 15. So this is the area. I think that clearing, you can see the neighbor across his driveway, and you can visualize where the house and driveway is for this site. So let's see if I can get some of this. Again, I guess this is the area that we're discussing right here. And I guess from my opinion, the house is here. So I guess one thing that we can determine from this photo, from both of those photos, was this area right here was open, which is directly across from this driveway. So just keep that in mind when I bring up the other photo. This was not vegetated, and the house was here. Bring up the other photo now. Oh, which is the plan? Sorry, I'll bring up the plan. What am I doing? I have to stop sharing for a minute here and go through this. There you go. Okay, there's the plan. Does everyone see the plan?
Mhm.
Okay.
Chuck, is it okay if I, 'cause this is what I was looking at when I had looked at it. Is it okay if I share screens for a second?
Sure.
I'd even just looked at Google, just Street View. So this is the area that we're talking about. You can see this was grassed and then it came out. And so I think the original plans that we had the erosion controls going along this grassy area and coming up and around. This is the area that we're talking about. You can see it. This is back in 2018, 2017. And then I think we've got even the latest, if we go, this is that same area today. So this is the area that we're looking at, that we're looking to have restoration. Here's what's planted there right now. So I just wanted to show that I thought that was helpful for me because, again, I didn't have a good perspective of what it looked like other than I remember the erosion controls going around that area. Sorry, so go ahead if you want to share.
There you go. Directly across from the driveway was an area that was open. But you can see, and that must be kind of between this tree and the driveway, because right along there, and I'll try to get that thing out again. Here we go. Right along here is the tree row. And I can see that just at the edge of this. So this was open and it remains open. Vegetation is right here. And from the picture that Mike showed, this is the area that's still unvegetated. Did anyone have a chance to review the plan, look at the species presented, kind of understand, what we're getting? And so I guess even those.
I looked at the plan and I don't see the 2 spruce trees that he already did plant on this plan, but the maple closest to the street looks like it's right where he put in those 2 spruce trees. But I will also say I drove by there maybe a week ago and it looks like he's put some of those trees in already. I didn't look to see, I didn't stop in the driveway and check, so I don't know if everything is there, but there certainly looks like there's a row of trees along in front of the rocks.
Chuck, just for, is that the 100-foot line that's crossing right through this area? So is there a piece of this that is, in essence, outside our jurisdiction? I think it'd be that the green line.
See this line
here?
here?
Right there. Yeah.
So most of it's in,
Okay.
but just be aware that if you read the entire regulations, and I don't expect anyone to do that, that we have the ability to go outside of our jurisdictional area when there's alteration happening. That's going to affect things that are on the inside or where we have jurisdiction. That's from the town bylaw. And that was not I inherited that. It's not in every town, but it's in your regulations in your town of Reading.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any thoughts? Anika, GC?
Yeah, I would, I think it makes a lot of sense to ask for additional trees to return to something close to what it was previously. However, one thing I'm sort of scrambling to look for, and I'm sorry I didn't prepare for that ahead of time, is I'm trying to find the approved plan for the order, the approved planting plan for the order of conditions. And I should find it soon. I'm sure I have it somewhere. So that I can see what was approved for the order of conditions planting in that area.
Well, this area was untouched. You wouldn't find anything in this area.
Okay, so there were no plantings proposed because there was no proposed cutting.
This was not part of, this area that we're talking about now was clear cut without the knowledge or permission of the Conservation Commission, and it didn't come up in any conversation that we had, with the applicant.
Okay.
I mean, this happens. This happens. People do this.
In that case, my opinion is it should be replanted to restore what was lost.
I think one of the things I was surprised at was from the street view, and Mike had better views than I was able to find. From the street view, I was surprised that there were trees that were more mature in that, and it was surprising. So,
Chuck, is there with the original application, is there a tree inventory for trees that are 6 inches of caliper diameter or above in this area, and which trees were marked that were going to be cut down as part of the development?
Typically, the inventory happens where they're going to do the clearing, but I could look into that and get that information to you.
I think that would be, because some of the stuff that was shown there, especially in the view, not from the aerial view, but from the street view, some of that stuff that was in the front looked really more like bushes rather than trees.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's decided on trees or bushes. I mean, yeah. It seems like it's just get the vegetation back in the entire area that it was removed from.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that exercise of going through the tree inventory works. If it's 4 trees, the commission's fine with that. If it's, or I'm fine with that. I don't know how to say it. This is what I'm hearing, and the rest is bushes, then that's fine too. Our standard is they have to be native, and this is more or less just giving direction on a plan, and this is the first time the commission's been able to talk about it at a public meeting.
Carl, maybe, so I meant to look at it. I was looking at it before, but so the 5 trees that he's showing, there's 5 large circles. He's showing 7 white pines essentially along the alignment, and then 5 trees. I mean, my interpretation, and I'm not the right person to know this, but those are pretty big trees being replaced. I mean, this is what we were talking about at the last one of you can get 4-inch caliper, but do you guys know, is that the case with this?
Yeah, I don't know what, I feel like this is coming back to me. I think this is from January or something. We were talking about what he was going to propose.
So we just received this. We received this 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So this is like a totally new plan. He worked out with a I'm not sure who, but that we received 2 weeks ago. So these are identified down below as 5 red maple trees. So the red is red maple. I guess they're both red maple. Plant 5 red maple, plant 4 red maple. There's no difference between the two.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the scale in this. Who knows? It could be the mature. Typically, it's like the mature canopy, which then that doesn't help us. But they do look like they're, 12 to 15 feet or something. Canopy. I do agree, just from looking at your pictures, Mike, and I'm looking at Google Earth too. I mean, there's definitely some shrub-looking layer and things under 6-inch DBH, it looks like. But I am also for trying to replace some of this too, though. I mean,
yeah. I guess my thought is, I like what he's shown in this area. I look at the strip in between the 78 contour and the 100 foot buffer and say, man, I would love to see something in there. That's an area that we saw vegetation and habitat before, whether it's bushes or more of the red maples. I'm open to whatever it is, but I would like to see something reestablished in there.
Mike,
so that
can
this
I
doesn't just turn. Yeah.
Can I just ask you to not say something like, man, I would love to see, because it sounds like there's leeway. So if, I just want to make direct statements with this.
Yeah.
Because it's helped the conversation. So if you want to see that area vegetated, you just have, I want to see this area between the 80, 78 and the 100-foot buffer vegetated.
Yeah, I guess what I'm going for, Chuck, is I'm fine with having a discussion now of where loosely and not have it, but I want to have some sort of set decision of like, this is the zone. How many do we think need to fill in here to create some sort of restoration? So no, I get what you're saying. I think this project we need to give clear direction, but as far as discussion, I mean, that's what I see missing from this plan. I don't necessarily see another area that I'm looking to. I'd like to see something in that area, and yeah, from there, I'd say let's talk about a number if that's the case, so that we can give clear direction.
And where is that area here between these trees and this area? I'm only guessing because I don't see the 78. I know where the buffer zone, it's right here. And then you must be talking about this contour line.
That's the 78. Yep. So
okay, just so for everyone watching at home,
inside the erosion control barrier. So
right, because now that's also just lawn, right?
So according to the plan, that rectangular dotted line box near the driveway is a grass stormwater treatment swale.
yes.
I don't remember seeing that constructed.
So no one saw that constructed. It was covered up before anyone witnessed it. And, it was in our order of conditions, but it was also part of what the engineering department wanted to look at. There is a grate on top of it, which could be inspected. I never went out there specifically to inspect that infiltration chamber, but I guess you could pull the cover and look in if you wanted to. So I know it's there. Sure. I think the only thing that came up was that the cover was low.
So in this instance, sure. Can I just ask, why don't we also request plantings, you know, in the rest of that corner that is outside of the 100-foot, because it does contribute to maybe not trees, maybe something a little bit lower, maybe herbaceous growth, maybe a combination of a couple things. You know, something that doesn't restrict the line of sight as people leave. It's a very narrow driveway as people come and go.
Mhm.
Is there anybody else on conservation has any other opinions about that? Because when it comes right down to it, that entire area was essentially taken. So
Yeah, and I think what would be important, Chuck, I don't know how, there's a yellow box that's.
I know. Let me get rid of this thing here and see if I can. There you go.
So the one thing that I think we should target is, so I think you drew the line outside. I think, and we should confirm this on the original permit, but my interpretation is the erosion control barrier surrounded this zone. So
that's right. It's right there on the plan. The erosion controls. Yeah.
Agreed. I guess what I would say is that when you drew the area that I was talking about, you kind of went beyond the erosion control barrier. I guess that what I see is a zone that's bounded by the erosion control barrier is where we're looking to replace.
Well, the we and the what and then and us, I'm not sure. I'm hearing you talk and I'm hearing Anika saying something different. But you originally said this area that's between the 87 contour and the 100-foot buffer. So that's why I drew it out to the 100-foot buffer. The erosion control line is right there, but the tree row is below it. Is that you, Mike?
It is me.
Are you triggered?
I want control so I can show you the area I'm talking about. Just understanding, I am talking about.
Yeah, I know. We all get that. I think that's clear.
Okay.
But you originally said the 87 contour to the 100-foot buffer. Because I wrote it down.
I'm trying to find my best way to like describe it, backseat drive you, and it's just easier to do it this way. Sorry, I hijacked that to show the area.
Okay.
Comment?
Do we have to get a
go ahead, Martha.
Crew in here to talk you out of the cockpit?
I have a memory of the meeting where we asked him to make a tree planting plan. And I think he told us about 5 times, just tell me where you want the trees and I'll put them there. And we told him about 5 times that he has to bring us a plan. But my memory of what we were asking him for was to give us some trees that would extend the existing wooded area into the area that got cleared. I don't remember us asking him to fill in the entire space up to the erosion control boundary. So what he's drawn in this plan pretty much matches my memory of what we asked him for. So I'm a little concerned about going back to him and saying, you gave us a plan, but now we want you to fill it in all the way out to the erosion control boundary, because I don't think that was what we said in that meeting. So,
yeah, it would be best to see that in the minutes or on the video, because that was not my recollection.
Okay.
I think the first part was correct by saying we cannot comment until you send us a plan. This connection piece between the existing forest and then jumping over the stones, I don't remember something like that happening or being discussed, but that was my recollection. And I can tell you, based on history, when someone clear cuts an area, we don't say what you kind of put out there. It's usually show us a vegetation plan of what was just taken away, and we'll approve it or we'll discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah, Martha, I guess is your interpretation that what's shown in the front there is replacing what was taken away?
No.
Is that what?
Clearly not replacing what was taken away, but
Okay.
it matches what I thought we asked him for. And
Okay.
so, you know, it might require going back to that meeting and listening to that part of the conversation and actually figuring out, or reading the minutes of that and figuring out what we really asked him to do. But I would really like to see on this plan how that red maple up near the street matches up with the 2 existing spruces that he's already put in last fall. Because it seems to me they're kind of in the same place. But I did mention he's already done some of this planting. So, you know, I wouldn't want to ask him to take out trees he's already planted and move them to a different location. If we were going to ask him to put a few more trees in to fill in that polygon that Mike drew, I wouldn't object to that.
Carl or Dave or John?
One of the things that I just have as a thought here is I would be careful and also be hesitant to ask him to fill right out to Main Street, because I would be concerned about people's vision of looking up and down Main Street. That's a hell of a driveway to get out in the first place. You make it worse because, you know, vegetation was forced to be planted back in there. That would create a safety situation that might be deadly, if not dangerous. So I would caution that, because most of the stuff that was right up there in the front was low scrub. It wasn't. We're not talking large mature trees. So I would actually replace maybe something that you put up for the picture that was there, not, you know, something that's going to create a traffic visual block for someone that's trying to get out the driveway.
Dave, I think that's a good point. And frankly, you know, when I moved into my house, there was just bushes that were in the front, and I took those. You know, bushes can be. You know, this is Main Street. Bushes can block the view too. It's not just, you know, the trees that we're talking about. Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point.
However, I just, if I can just jump in for a second. However, I would add that I think some layer of herbaceous growth, you know, that supports pollinators and wildflowers and stuff like that, that wouldn't be too problematic there.
And from the Google Earth that we're looking at, or the Google Earth, there was already a couple of trees planted in this polygon that we were asking about fill for that aren't on this planted plan.
Right.
So I mean, I think
the white spruces that are in the end of that driveway along the street, and they get pretty big.
Well, hold on, guys. Here, I actually didn't have this before. Let me share. Looks like this was in the middle of it all happening. So you can kind of see in this area.
Yeah.
Sort of tree. And then obviously these are now gone. So this was September 2019.
Were part of those trees, were those on the tree inventory that were slated to be cut down? That would be one of my only questions.
Yeah, I think we'd have to go back, Dave, but I think, like I said, my understanding this whole time was that the area, the erosion control barrier, and we should confirm, but the erosion control barrier was the limit of work as well.
Oh, from you see back behind the stone boundary there. Yeah, I see that.
Yep.
Okay.
Chuck's muted.
If these trees are not, I mean, Dave brought up a good point, and if these trees are not accounted for, they have to be part of the tree policy because they're within our jurisdictional setback. So there was several trees there. We could count them. We can see that they're over 6-inch DBH. They're all gone now.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side of the house, along the driveway, he's put in about 4 more maples and some shrubs. Are those being counted towards the replacement for the what he took out in the front?
Is that a question for me? Any tree within any tree or shrub, as long as it's native within the buffer zone, can be counted against the inventory. But
Chuck, do you have the plan that we could bring up from the order of conditions?
I'll look for it. I'm gonna probably have to.
I'm just thinking about, if he's proposing,
Like the
5 trees up front and the 4 more trees in back, if he moved those 4 trees from further away from Main Street and put them into the area that Mike drew in his polygon, would that suffice to fill up the number of trees that we wanted there? And do we want him to just move them to a new location, or are we happy with having those trees in the back?
So the last I heard from the commission, and we asked the applicant about recreating the habitat that was removed. So trees and shrubs and a herbaceous layer is what we're looking for, or what I thought was the direction of the Conservation Commission. If you just plug in trees, there's a lot of layers beneath that are not, are not coming back, which were there in the first place.
That wasn't really my question, but if you look at his planting plan, he's got trees and viburnums and sweet pepper bush and aster and phlox, which I think is your shrub layer and your herbaceous layer. And he's got them along the rock wall in front, and he's also got a clump, a string of them going back along the driveway behind the house compared to Main Street, further towards the other house at the end of the driveway. So did those plantings there, were we requiring them because of the work he did on that side of the house? Or has he just spread out the trees that he's putting in to replace the clearing he did up front, and he spread them out on both sides of the house?
What I'm trying to say is that those are 2 separate things. This is possibly a violation at the front of the house. If he wants to, and I don't know if he's meeting the tree policy, we haven't got to the certificate of compliance or not, but those trees and shrubs that he's planting beyond this area of violation will be counted towards the trees that were taken down. I think in the order of conditions, I think those things matched up pretty well with what he was doing. but anything planted back there cannot help what was taken down up here. This thing stands alone up front. And if he
Okay.
wants to put things back, if it's his thought to just plant all over the place, that wasn't the direction that he was given. It was in front. So when this plan came in, I saw that as, you know, additional trees, but still, the front was where what we were asking for him to revegetate.
Okay.
Mike, the best I can tell you, because I can't connect to the town hall now, the best I can tell you is that I sent it out at the last meeting we spoke about this. And
So it was the order that I found that
it said
was the order of
revised on
conditions.
it. The one that says revised is the one that we're looking for.
But yeah, I've got the order of conditions. I don't have the plans that go with it, unfortunately.
Okay.
I've got a set from January that was sent to us. This was a revised plan that was sent to us in January when we first started talking about this. This shows actually a similar quantity in this area. It just pushes it more towards the middle. But this date is not part of this is not the original order of conditions or the plan that we approved it before. Yeah, sorry, I don't have it. All right. So what do we want to do? I guess I want to try to create some action here. I think what I'm hearing is we are looking for more restoration in the zone that was taken out. I want to define that and define that area and define what we think is missing clearly, so that we can give concise direction. So.
I want to propose that we require trees within the 100-foot buffer and the erosion control barrier area on this lot, and herbaceous cover within the erosion control barrier limits outside of the 100-foot.
So Anika, this is the area we're talking about addition, and then herbaceous here.
Can you fill that? Yeah, there you go.
herbaceous native plantings.
Would more of his phlox and aster be appropriate for that area?
In the blue, Mike, you probably should say trees and shrubs because it's going to get a little crowded in that area, if everyone agrees.
Can we say at least 4 trees? Or something, can we agree to that?
For a total of 9.
I don't know if Carl has a thought on that.
I think that's
Yeah.
fine. 4 trees.
Going to be 9 altogether, Carl.
Oh,
Well, that
Well,
includes these.
yeah.
Is that crowded? I mean, 9. I don't know.
no.
Like, no, that's not. Okay.
No, that's a big space. No.
Okay.
Carl, do you think there should be more
No. I mean, I
to
think
define the area?
I mean, I think 9's anything new just won't look, like a lot at first, but in 5 to 8 years or something, 9 trees is a good chunk of canopy, and that doesn't include the herbaceous, right? Are we?
All right, Mike. What are you saying with that note? I see it says at least 4 trees. In the blue area is how I read it.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
I would suggest not saying at least, but specify the exact number. So, right, say 4 trees and 8 shrubs in that blue area.
That better, Chuck? 4 additional?
Well, you might want to say in the blue area. Don't ask me why. I have 4 children. I think that may help be clear.
Mhm.
4 trees, 4 additional trees in blue area, total of 9, and 8 shrubs. How many did you say, Martha?
I suggested 8, but I'm flexible. I'm just looking at his quantities. He's got 11 sweet pepper bush, 8 arrowwood, and 9 trees. So he's got like twice as many shrubs as trees. So I was going the same direction for filling in that area.
Do you want to let them know what size we're talking about?
Is this? I mean, did we just say using the same stuff that's up there, the pepper bush, or what's
Yeah.
by are these 2?
Yeah, I would
that?
just, if everyone else is okay with that, that makes it simple and easier for him, and those are fine native shrubs, so maybe just keep the same. So in the past, like just thinking of planting in woodland edges and things like that, and then water. I mean, I know it's just up to the homeowner or client to but the general contractor to keep these things alive. So is that just his responsibility to water these plants?
Yep.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we're doing a wetland reclamation project on Main Street, and it was strongly suggested to the contractor to put in sprinklers in the middle of the
Well, I was going to
woods.
say, because it's really, again,
It's supposed to be a dry year.
it's just super difficult to do this without water. So
Yeah.
but that's his responsibility. So
Mike, do you want to,
Ah.
before we move on, put a size or caliper on those trees so we know what we're getting? And
we could do like a 7-gallon pot for the shrubs would be nice. Can we?
Yeah, you tell me. I don't know how this, like, what is the term? Carl, you tell me what's the right terminology to make this clear.
Yeah, the trees can just be whatever our policy. If that's a 3 inches is a great size.
I think we have 2.5 to 3. I think it says 2.5. So you might as well say 2.5.
Right. He'll see that. That's fine. That's a nice tree. And then for the shrubs, maybe we just think it like a number 7, or you can write number like the sign number 7.
7-inch pot, 7-gallon.
7-gallon pot. Yeah.
7-inch. I always like it when they talk about pot sizes or like nurseryman standards or things like that. I've never heard anyone say that to anyone else at a nursery. But
what the gallon size?
When they're talking about like nurseryman standards or 7-gallon pot or something like that, might come up in your circle, but I think that's not standard. All right. Well, I like how that went.
Hold on. I just want to clear up this. Yeah. So, as the idiot vegetative person here, what does herbaceous native plantings mean? Can we be clearer there?
It's ground cover.
Mm-hmm.
Ground cover, like wildflower mix, or like what?
That wouldn't be horrible.
I think that they should be more like plugs. We're dealing with it at work right now, multiple prairies and wildflower mixes, and it's really impossible to grow wildflower without years of preparation. So I think that we need to, what the alternative is installing plugs or 1-gallon pots of native plants. So like lupin, I can't really think right now, but I can. So Mike, I would say if we want to be really clear about this for this time, that herbaceous layer, to me, I don't know, Nika, maybe you would have some experience with this. It should be like 1-gallon pots of native perennials. And if you want to put a quantity to that, I don't know if that's what we're doing, it should be something like 50, and that's what's going to work.
Does it make sense rather than say 50 to like say, because I assume you plant this in like a grid almost.
Yes, you could say square footage. Yeah, right.
Do you say like 1 per this many square feet? I think it's where that's the engineering.
Yeah, that's probably better. I don't know what that's the good ratio. It's probably 1 every, I don't know, like 5 square feet or something. Because they should kind of.
How does that compare to the blue and pink things he's got drawn on his plan already? One of them is phlox and the other one is aster.
Aster.
So aster will work, but phlox is going to get destroyed by the 1 billion rabbits that live everywhere. I mean, like most of this herbaceous layer is going to be difficult because there's just so many rabbits, but phlox is like basically dinner, perfect snack for all of them. Aster would be fine. Columbine, lupin, those things are better. But Jack, does that make sense to you? So for the future, do you know what I'm right? So basically, instead of doing a wildflower mix that's near impossible to grow, we're substituting seeds, right, for plugs or gallon pots. Does that make sense?
This is another language to me, so.
Because I just think as a group, it's hard to just tell a homeowner to go throw wildflower mix down that, in my experience thus far, is extremely difficult to do.
Well, when you don't live there, I would say, it is tough. I think there's a sprinkler system somewhere on this property, but I do like the plugs and the gallon pots because, we're not waiting for something to come up.
Exactly.
We know where to water.
Right.
And it's kind of planting by braille. So we know it's there. We know where to water. We know what we're supposed to, pay attention to. And these things are expected to survive for, it's going to be part of our standard survival policy review. And that usually is, it's usually 3 years, but you could say 2 years.
Do we have, just looking for, Whenever I open this NOI, it wants to print.
It's from the registry.
Do we already say in here that it has to survive the other plantings? Wouldn't this just qualify as all the other plantings in the order of conditions?
Does it mention plantings in here? I don't remember this being a big planting, notice of intent.
Yeah.
What we're talking about now is, if, it's a violation, it could be a violation notice, and you could put all that stuff in it and send it to them separately with its own conditions. It could be incorporated in this, but I don't know if
it's just. Go ahead, Chuck.
I don't know if we got specific about planting and survivability because there was no mitigation for, wetland work or work in the 25-foot area.
Okay. Yeah, I just figured if we had it, it's always easier to.
So this does say for 2 years, 50% of the bond can be applied to the, to the restoration of the land. So there's that. The bond is $5,000. So I guess those two could be combined.
That was it. To ensure toward the compliance of the conditions and restoration, right? I guess my point would be, doesn't we just say this is what's applicable? I'd prefer to just keep that understanding. I get your point. You could send this as a violation, but this is consistent with what we're doing everywhere else. This is what we're holding Small Lane up for, right? When we talked about Small Lane and what we were waiting to see that survivability, we're waiting to see it come through. So.
Right. So what we can't do is add something to an issued order of conditions. So if you want something like a 3-year survivability and it doesn't say it, then you don't have a choice. You have to send something else that states that kind of information. You can't add to it.
I agree. I guess is 2 years essentially, does this qualify as, essentially us, that period that we're looking for survivability?
am I being picky when I say we didn't know about this violation when it was written? So how could it apply to it? But it's up to you. I mean,
Yeah.
Ultimately,
I think if we needed a longer time, I agree with you. I think if we feel like 2 years is enough time for us to review this condition and all of that, then I think
yeah. But we're talking about two different things. I understand it says 2 years. I don't think it applies to the violation that happened after the order of conditions was issued. So if you think it does, then that's fine.
Okay.
I think technically it doesn't, but since it was a violation, we have some recourse. That's my understanding with violations. I mean, you know.
I agree, Anika, but I think Chuck's point is that if we're going to take that recourse, we should make it clear now that here's what we're looking to be put back. Here's what we think is similar replacement. He sent us this. Our opinion is that there's an area missing here that needs restoration to restore the habitat. If we think there's a condition or a requirement that needs to be set on it, I think Chuck's point, which is fair, is like, we need to say that now. We can't, when he comes back in 6 months and says, I'm done, we can't say, well, we need to wait 3 years. We need to say that as part of this right now.
It's just that adding to it. I would also agree with Anika and say that if we kind of left it, kind of thinking through it, how do we make sure that it's the applicant and not the new homeowners? Because that's going to be the problem, because it could be the new homeowners, the way the Wetlands Protection Act works. But you could say these didn't survive. Now we're going to send you a violation. But again, Mike, it's going to be
the current applicant or the new homeowners. It doesn't really matter to me. This is an area that we're looking to be restored, right? Like I think that's the new current homeowners have acknowledged that there's an order of conditions out there, that there were issues. I think that this is just to me, that it doesn't matter. We want this area to be restored.
So I assume we put all this time into this plan to send it to the contractor. Can you just write in or in another spot or however it can be that 100% survivability after for 2 years or something to that effect?
Is that what we usually ask for, 100%?
We ask for 100% until the time frame is up, and then after that, we're looking for something less. That's what we've done in the past, but again, you can come up with a different number, different ratio. I mean, it's going to be hard with herbaceous, but 100% throughout. So when I do a certificate of compliance for like Randall Road, we knew what was being planted. So when they wanted their certificate of compliance, although that was probably one of the second or third things that went in, the plants went in, I went out there and counted the plants and they were all in good shape. I actually was questioning one of them, but it was too early and it came in. But they were on the hook for all those being planted when we issued the certificate of compliance. This certificate of compliance is going to be issued a lot, soon. I would assume.
Yeah.
As soon as all this work's done and that planting's in. So.
Okay.
Mike and Chuck, I just sent you a copy of a plan that was the NOI for this, the revised NOI, that's the one Mike said he couldn't find. I just sent it to you guys by email. Yep, that's the one. So when I look at that, it shows the trees that were going to be planted before the violation, right? And so my question about the trees at the far end of the driveway beyond the deck, those are showing up again on his new plan, more or less. Yeah, those ones back there. Those are similar to what he's got on his new plan. And then he seems to have taken away those 4 trees that are closest to the driveway, and stretched them out along the rock wall instead. So just so that you guys have that to compare to.
And that ties in, the ones that you just showed us really ties into what was there in this area that he cleared out. Well, there's 1, 2, 3. It seems like the stones are there, but I think he put the stones there.
His original plan did not have nearly as many shrubs. And he's got these 4 trees along the driveway and 8 or so shrubs back there, compared to the original plan had 6 trees.
6.
Mm.
And the trees along the street, the sort of across the driveway from his house, those haven't changed.
Yeah, so this has remained the same. This went from 6 trees to 4 trees and 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 shrubs and some additional, whatever we called those before, ashers and something, or asters and something.
No.
And then, was there any planting in the back? That was it. Okay.
You go back to the one Martha sent a second.
This is the one Martha sent here.
Can you zoom in on the, lingering question, where was the walkout from the basement? Can you zoom in that area to see if there's a step?
Sorry, I left my mouse upstairs.
No, that's a boulder, I think. Yeah.
All right, so this seemed like the right fit. We went from,
well,
and Dave, I think this answers kind of your question of what the planting plan. I'm glad we got this, because this answers the question of what the planting plan was before, right? Before we had 4 trees kind of rounding this corner. That was the approved plan. That's now, in this area, we just have 1 tree and 3 shrubs and aster. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've asked for an additional 4 in this area. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shrubs, and then we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 aster or phlox. back here. We're asking for more in this area and more in this area.
And the
Does this
green and
make
blue,
sense?
what are we doing with the approved? So what are we doing with those trees that were part of the tree policy that were planted around in that half circle around the driveway?
The 3 that are now missing here.
Yeah.
I'm
only asking the question because we need an answer to it, because it's gonna come up.
No, I agree. I guess my stance is if we get the addition, like if what we show here is the planting plan, I'm not worried about the 3 trees that are missing here.
Okay, so as long as we get what you have in writing down at the bottom, including the trees and the shrubs that already exist on this plan, and the trees that exist in the back near the deck.
Correct.
We're good. And I agree.
This is equivalent.
Yeah.
This is equivalent or better than what he proposed in the original permit. And so I think this is, my take is this is fine. And then as long as we get what we're showing, what he's shown and what we've asked for, then it's fine that these 3 aren't here.
Mike, what happened to that note about the 2-year survivability?
It's right here.
There.
Here.
I didn't see it before. Can you do your famous arrow? Maybe 2 of them.
Make it blue. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts or comments or issues? All right. Do we need to make a motion on this? Should we?
Definitely vote on that.
Yep. Do I hear a motion?
I move we approve the modified planting plan for 15.
Second. Oh, sorry.
I think we could.
Second.
Michael Flynn in favor?
Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
David Purnett in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
All right. Chuck, I'll send this. I'll save this and send it.
I'll send that out tomorrow. Do you, does you, I meant, does it, do, it's getting late, huh? Does the commission want to review my letter to 1457 Main Street to make sure that I incorporate all the things that you wanted into it, with removing the trees and then waiting that year to check out the undergrowth and to see if it grows insufficiently to eliminate the necessity to plant additional trees? Or do you want me to just send it out?
I'm fine if you just send it, as long as you CC us or send it to the group afterwards, or
sure,
in some manner so we can see it.
But
so
what I just said is
inconsistent.
essentially what you want, right?
Yeah, I don't need to review it beforehand. Is my take.
Okay. It was four trees I have written down over there. Yeah, 4 trees. Okay, that was my only lingering. Oh, don't forget to, so tomorrow night's town meeting, and so there's going to be a land transfer that's, that the commission is going to, well, it's with the Millette property, and we need to vote to recommend Article 17 for approval. And I'd like to do that tonight. I have the article if anyone wants to look at it. Let me call it up. I don't know if you guys, I know we have a couple town meeting members with us. Dave is, right? Dave, you're one. Martha might be the other one. Do we have more than that?
I am.
Great. Okay. And share.
Do you need one of us to report that the commission voted X to X in favor?
We have a presentation. I'll be on the panel. But Julie Mercier is going to give the presentation, which is not very much of a presentation. It's really just, this land was tax title land. And back in the day, we asked that, not we, but it was asked by the chair of the Conservation Commission to give it to the Conservation Commission. I think because the two other parcels were already conservation land, and that didn't happen. I think we got a lot of approvals and yeses, but the actual mechanism for it officially to happen with votes and however that works with town meeting didn't happen. So our town council, I think a couple years ago, said that wasn't transferred as far as back in the day in some town meeting. So select board voted the Conservation Commission to have care and custody of these two parcels that were under the, deeded to the town, essentially the select board. And we've been doing that even before that happened, but we've been doing that ever since. So what we're asking for here is to make it official that the Conservation Commission gets these two parcels to add to the other two, to add to the Thalen Bird Sanctuary. What else is over there? It's the sanctuary, it's the Morgan, the Psalms, and it's going to be the Millet land. And that's between Hunt Street and Willow Street. So this is the article in front of you. And the article is basically the first paragraph. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are a bunch of plans that highlight easements that the sewer line runs through that we have to maintain. And that's really the whole article. So those things are understandable. The sewer main is actually where we have our headwaters of the Abidjona River Trail on. And if it wasn't there, we wouldn't be high enough above the wetland area to actually walk across between Hunt Street and Willow Street. So that's coming up tomorrow night. I don't know when. They skip around a lot, but hopefully it goes favorably with everyone. And it's this is recommended by the select board. So we've done a lot of work on this. We met a lot of times with the select board and different departments in town and the town council, trying to get the understanding of what's out there and to make sure that nothing will really change with what's happening. So this whole thing is supposed to just become something the Conservation Commission has been doing in the first place, and the tone and the color of the Millet property won't change from what it is now. So with that, unless there are any questions, could I get a vote by the commission to recommend Article 17 for approval?
I'll vote to recommend Article 17 for approval.
I second that.
Michael Flynn in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
David Pinette in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Well, thank you. And for those town meeting members, if something comes up at town meeting, I want you to defend this article with your lives.
You guys get to have
At
another
least,
late night
at least,
tomorrow, huh?
at least answer some questions and I mean, you know the area. We've been working on it for a long time. The trail went through, Trails Committee has worked on it. It's open space. That's all there is to it. It can't be anything else after so many years. So, there's another thing, it might be hidden in here somewhere, but me and Anika have been working on the D Street transformer pole oil spill. Anika has talked to Joe Gemello several times. I was involved in some of those conversations. For me, it gets down to, again, that RMLD has agreed to hire a professional consultant from Williams and Sparagis, Greg Hockmith, or Thor. I forgot Thor's last name, but Thor's also the person that gives you those reports from Lakeview and Eaton. And there's going to be a revegetation plan of that area. But Anika is going to speak about the oil and how it's impacted not only the areas next to the street, but also a little bit beyond the pavement as it heads into Timberneck Swamp.
Okay. Hello. So this spill happened back at the end of March. Just to recap, around 24 gallons of oil from inside a pole-mounted transformer spilled to the ground at D Street and ran down the edge of the street toward the wetland, and also got off the street and into the vegetated buffer. At this point, it doesn't appear that the oil actually made contact with water. It seems to have kind of gotten bound up or stuck or stopped in the vegetated planted area above the standing water, although it may have been close. These are some pictures I took on April 15. That's just the edge of pavement, shows the staining from the oil. The fencing is the area. So they came in and they removed some soil that they could visibly see was dirty, and they put that sort of orange fencing around it to just prevent people from getting in there.
But you definitely can see how close the wetland is.
Yeah, it's very close, but as you can see that, you know, the litter layer there is pretty thick, you know, so there's a lot of, you know, it's still yet to see whether or not, you know, how far that oil went. It was 24 gallons. It wasn't a, you know, it wasn't a tiny amount, but it wasn't so big an amount that it would overwhelm the wetland area there, you know, something kind of Goldilocks, you know, kind of in the middle. And as also, so the low area is between these rows of trees. So what they did is they came in with a vac truck and they basically vacuumed out the dirty soil on the day of release. They're going to return tomorrow because they vacuumed it out. They sampled the soil that was left behind, and it was still the soil in this area at the bottom of the street, and also a little bit up, like 5 or 10 feet up the street to the right, kind of on the edge of pavement near a resident, is also still dirty, at least in those, like the top foot of soil. So they're going to go back tomorrow morning and they're going to vac out more soil. And they're going to try to get all of it. They're going to go out with some field kits that tell you what the soil concentration is in real time, So they're going to use these field kits, and they're going to try to vac more soil out, collect a sample, see if it's clean enough, and then keep going or stop. I spoke with the environmental professional, Joe Gemello, this morning. He's asked if he asked during this process that if the root system inside that orange area, well, he didn't say where, but I assumed it was this area. He said, if the roots get in the way, is it okay to cut the roots? And I said, well, is it a Norway maple? And he said, I don't know. And so I said, well, you know, when it comes right down to it, my opinion, I said,
You should
my
have said
opinion
how.
is, well, my thought is, I mean, what they're trying to do is they're just trying to get all the dirty soil out, right?
Yeah.
And so these roots get in the way. And if they have to cut through some of these roots, I think that's better overall for the wetlands than leaving contamination in place, especially because this is a drainage area and it's going to get constantly washed through. So if any contamination is left there, it's going to be just for every rain event, it's going to be a continuous new source potentially of oil contamination to the wetlands. That's not okay. So, so I said, you know, yeah, if you have to, go ahead and cut the roots, but if you're going to take down trees, that's a different story. And don't forget, there's also some restoration planting that you're going to have to do after you've gotten the contamination out. And he said, yep, absolutely. That's what he mentioned. Greg from Williamson Sverages, that he's coming up with the planting plan. So if anybody wants to see anything exciting, go out to D Street tomorrow. They're going to be there probably 8 o'clock. You know, vacuuming soil, collecting some samples to make sure they got it, and then vacuuming some more, and hopefully they'll get it all tomorrow.
Was Greg on the call with you?
No, it's just Joe.
Just Joe.
But the field person who's going to be out there tomorrow, his name's Kevin Thompson. He's worked with Joe quite a bit, extensively. Yeah. Joe's out of state and he's not around, but he's obviously reachable.
So and
that's it.
I don't want to
Go
cut
ahead.
you off. Yeah.
No, I'm done.
I did have a question. I don't know if Dave, not Dave, but well, whoever. So when you're cutting roots for a tree, you don't want to do it with a backhoe. It's pretty obvious, right? And I hope they didn't think that was what the permission you were giving them. So usually roots are cut with sliced, and they're not jagged, and that's how they do the best. And when you're really worried about it, you're going to treat those root ends prior to covering them up again. So that's why I was wondering if Greg was on the call, because I think Joe needs to know that. Because these trees, if we just scrape out all the roots and they're all jagged and whatnot, they'll all die. Unless it's one or two.
I can neither confirm nor deny that there's going to be a backhoe. As far as I know, there's going to be hand shoveling and a vac truck. And to me, that's more of a, they might have some poles to loosen the dirt so it can be vacked, but it's not as invasive in my experience as a vac.
So were they talking about like those like spider web roots? Well, the best thing to do is it Joe that you're emailing?
I'm in touch with Joe. I called him and he emailed.
I'm gonna email Joe and CC you tomorrow.
Sure.
And
Great.
just asking him about the roots. But that's all. Were those catalpa trees? I think so.
I can neither confirm nor deny that they're catalpa trees. And I may have to go soon. but
So at the end of all this, do you think that this is appropriate remedy for what's happened out there?
I think it is. I'm curious to see where the most down gradient extent is. That's my biggest question right now, is how far down that slope do they see the contamination, and can they get it before it becomes a permanent problem for the wetlands?
How much more soil do they think they're going to get out of that? Oh, she's gone now.
We will see. We will find out tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so there's no plan. Okay. All right, Mike.
Thank you, Anika.
That's an exit.
All right. Veterans Way is, I know you told, is there an update to that one? That's just, it's on the list, but I don't think there's any change.
I can tell you what I know about it. So it's on the list. I wanted to issue a determination of applicability for the fence. And the homeowner said he'd like to talk to the engineering department first and try to have the fence go on the easement. And I did talk to Ryan about this, and they have been trying to talk, not only him, but the neighbor. Been talking to Ryan about putting fences on easements, and Ryan is adamant about not allowing this to happen.
Okay.
And I'm expecting a contact from this person and a new plan that shows, I mean, because the plan is, because at the end of the day, 4 months from now, when we check it out, I need a plan that shows me exactly what we've agreed to. So I need a plan without the section that meets up to the fence that's on the easement. So that's, I just haven't been contacted by, I guess it's Luke at 11 Veterans Way.
Okay. Right. Let's know how it goes.
So I just,
DPW. Go ahead.
yeah, I think we're just confirming. I have that in there just to confirm that Carl would be coming to the one on the. No, wait a minute. Is that correct, or is it Martha wanted to ask that question about?
I was going to ask the same question. I couldn't remember what we decided last meeting.
I think I was for the next coming. Hold on.
June.
I was gonna do the meeting on the May, and then Carl was gonna come to the meeting on June.
Okay, that's why it's on the agenda.
Perfect.
Okay.
Administrator's report. Lakeview and Eaton tree and gravel processing.
Yeah, so I noticed on a site visit that tree company, there's no trees to be cut down anymore at Lakeview and Eaton, and a tree company was working in one of the open lots with a bunch of trees next to it, and it was chopping those up. And I think when I was there, I was like, well, they must be just getting rid of something that had been stockpiled somewhere. But the following week, they were still there. And there's also a processing plant that takes the stones and pulverizes them into smaller pieces. And it was kind of like right off the street where Lakeview meets Eaton. And in my opinion, that's very close to the resource area. So this is just what happens on a site visit. And my thought behind that was, why are they processing stone that's not from this site? Because they're not digging anymore. They're building, townhouses. And so I was just investigating that. I got a call from the engineer, whose name is not Giovanni. Mike, do you remember his name?
Guy.
Yeah.
Guy Federa.
They're all guys except for the one that called me.
Oh, okay.
And we missed connecting with each other, and he we'll just have to get back. I don't know. I don't understand why those things are there. I was told another email, they've been moved to the lot that's further away from the stream and the buffer zone. And then I asked Thor at Williams and Sparagus about, you know, the erosion control around them and how does he feel about that operation. And he felt that with erosion control, it could be okay. But it's not an operation we approved on our order or in our order of conditions. So I think I'll report again on this at our next meeting and kind of like clean it all up.
Okay.
Yeah. So that, not a big deal, but something, you know.
And 102 Haverhill Street.
Well, 102 Haverhill Street was the, it's just in two spots, but it was the approval for the land
Approval
transfer.
Yeah, and that's the Chimney Hill Real Estate. Okay. The Article 17. Okay. And then I've got, do you have any, I've got one last thing on my notes, but was there anything else that I missed?
I noticed that Eric Hughes was here earlier for the Small Lane property, and he seems to have left.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep asking that question. I'm not sure if anything's leafed out enough to tell between that meeting and this meeting. Maybe another one. It would be good to go down to Small Lane and check it out. So, but I'm waiting for some work around town, and that's what I'm hearing, that it's not really time to do anything. We have to wait a little bit longer. I would assume that's the same process over at Small Lane. It's just not high on my list.
And if we were going to go over and check it out, we're looking to see whether the invasives have come back or whether the plantings he put in have taken hold. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, so it was the 3-year survivability that's been reduced a little bit. So we would check for invasives, and we would check to see if the winter survivability of what was planted. So yeah, I guess we could have gotten a report from Mr. Hughes, but again, if it's, it's up to you, Martha, but I think maybe we're still on hold with this.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be a lot easier to recognize what's what in a couple of weeks.
That's true.
Okay. Anything else? I've got one quick item that consider a goal for 2021, and I think there's a process involved here that I don't know that I understand yet, but it's something we've been talking about for a while, and I think we want to try to make this official, at least to get an effort, but I guess I'll call a gift fund in the name of the Conservation Commission, or that's controlled by the Conservation, for those that want to donate to the Commission. It's come up a couple times recently where either we've been looking for funding or there's been an opportunity to get money for items, and we just don't have a vehicle to put money somewhere if that comes up. And so I don't know what it takes necessarily, but I think that's something that we need to make sure is available to us, so that when something like Arbor Day comes up, we have the ability to say, let's use some of the money that's been donated to us, or something that's been allocated. So,
yeah. So the fees that we're getting for the permits we're in control of the state fees, which are much smaller, but they cannot be used. There's only a few things that they could be used for, and mostly it has to do with making sure the Conservation Commission office runs, which includes the Conservation Commission administrator. So those are out of the question, and the bylaw fees go into the general fund. And when this came up before, I checked with the accounting office. There are no, I think we're the only department that doesn't have a gift fund. And with that, we could, if a scout came in, and all scouts have to, raise the money for their projects, we could support them with some funding for whatever, if that had to come up. But we could do a bench. We've done benches in the past, but apparently it came from the wrong fund, so we can't do that anymore. And then there was a question about a baseline study for Bear Meadow, and that was I think some of the older commissioners remember that. We didn't even have a fund for that. So I don't know if anyone out there wants to donate to the Conservation Commission. I don't know if that would happen. But we don't have a fund anyways to accept it. So it doesn't seem like a hard thing to set up, but I would need, a vote from the commission, a motion and a vote from the commission.
Excellent. So we could just make a vote, and we could make that decision to have you set something up. Anika?
I would like to, I'll make a motion to set up a gift fund. And I want to make sure this conservation fund has a clear mandate and purpose as to where the money's going to go. And we can hash out that language at another time. But I think we could use, I think it would benefit the town, and it would benefit our stewardship responsibilities as well, that we typically don't have either the time or the resources to take care of. It would help us do our job better, and also outreach to the public. So I'm in favor of this fund, but I really think in order for it to kind of live in perpetuity, it has to be explicitly stated what it's for and what the money's gonna, we really have to know how that's set up. Is it going to be a nonprofit? I mean, I don't know. I'm just sort of asking some questions here, which we can hash out, but I think it's important that we do set up the fund and do start working on that.
Yeah, like I said, other departments have a gift account. Not sure if it's called a gift account, but a donation account. And they're in control of it. I would expect that that's what you're asking for. This Conservation Commission would be in control. It wouldn't be a revolving fund. It would be a fund. And if we wanted to draw from it to fund painting of Matera Cabin, which needs it, and we could donate that type of money that was in there for something like that. So there would be, I would see it as, for all conservation purposes, agreed to by the Conservation Commission at that time. All right.
So
Did we get a?
Go ahead, Mike.
I think you started that as a motion and then it expanded, but maybe I was mistaken.
I think since I started it as a motion, it's a motion. So there it is.
Okay.
Right.
Do I hear a second then?
Second.
Michael Flynn in favor?
Mrs. Scanlon in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
David Connett in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
All right.
All right, well, thank you. This is, it's gonna be tough on, those town meeting members. Tomorrow night till 11 o'clock, I bet.
And you yourself, Chuck, putting in a couple late days this week.
Seems easier on Zoom, but it's harder to get work done. You do it longer. Well, anyways, I think I've looked over my agenda a couple of times. So I have nothing else. Mike?
That's all I got. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Thanks,
all those
everyone.
In favor, please raise your hand. Thank
I
you.
am.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thanks, Chuck. Bye.
Bye now.